Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello, Simon. We shall see what will happen to the fuel prices today, and if and whatever we can do with oil export will solve it if we manage to get it done. The run might end, or it might turn into a glorious, money-rich republic. This episode, I think. We'll see what happens. We have our one goal to set up the pump jack here, and that's about it. If it burns down, we'll build another one. Hello, Otanoran. Welcome. It's going to take a while. Now what can you do? We could have been prepared for oil. I was resisting going into oil because I wanted to do something else, and I guess this is what happens when we do that. Once it went to 2000 rubles per ton, we should have probably gone for some oil more quickly. But what can you do? Can't change that now. We have a much better running city now, with less pollution, which is good. The game gave us a warning with the 6000 spike. Yeah. And it is now at that spike level permanently. So, yeah. The market giveth, and the market taketh away. And away, and more, and take it, and takes everything. Project 7 started playing. He said that his rail construction office was producing too much sewage because of running water. I guess when you have too many workers in there, it just makes tons and tons of sewage, which I guess I can see. Yeah, there's loads of sewage here. Maybe that's why we have some pollution issues. Haven't even noticed that yet. That we had a sewage situation. Interesting. But it makes sense. Sounds like you need boats. It's definitely why there's pollution issues. But there's no pollution issues here, like, look at this. Okay, now there is, but... This house was usually not having any issues with health. Even living right next to the heating plant. I'm going to shut down the rail construction office. It's not needed right now anyway. The tank is full. Yeah. Do full tanks create pollution? I think they do. Well, I guess we can build a sewage discharge. Just get rid of that issue in the area. Just hook up the sewage tank to the discharge and be done with it. Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. And I'll solve that. We've been running that for 24 years. But I guess it would maybe explain the health spikes. It shouldn't be an issue anymore since there's no workers in the building, but yeah, we should take care of it. What will the fuel price do? Came down by like a couple hundred rubles. It might take a run up to another massive price increase. I didn't load the save game in between. I'm not sure what the game's gonna do. Price-wise, it seems to just hover around that. Far away is any pump. Missed the last yesterday's stream. We're gonna build towards this one. Past the iron mine. I will require a tunnel and asphalt roads. And we'll see if a fire station can protect it. If not, we might build one up here if it is in range, which can get workers from a bus stop. But that would be the pump jack that drops oil in here, and then that gets loaded onto the train, onto the dedicated train that handles our oil distribution. That we have to then set up to either import fuel, export oil, whatever. Fuel imports are not constantly anymore. It is now a separate train that will run that. Once it gets warm enough, I'll demolish the other heating plants that are obsolete, get some resources back out of them. Three more trucks with asphalt. Then they need to roll it. Then they can start building the tunnel, which will take a while. We can theoretically throw a lot of workers at the tunnel, stop the iron exports, but I think it still makes sense to run iron exports. We need to build up a financial buffer to maybe import some fuel again. Should the price drop significantly, we can run the train to import. And I am thinking of like buying the train cars to make that a thing. I would like to be able to import 300 tons of fuel at once when the price is really cheap. Oh, it dropped below 5,000. Okay, let's prepare. If the game is going to drop the fuel prices that much... Okay, let's do the math again. 300 divided by 17. 17 train cars. We already have 4, so 13 train cars. At least like half of that. Let's make it so we have at least 8. Because if we start importing, the price might also start going up rapidly again, and then I'll be happy to at least have like made half a full train load on imported goods. But yeah, it could just be that it's taking like a run up on like... Oh yeah, it's back to 5,500. What the hell, game? What are you doing? $6,000. 5,300. I was looking at sell price. But yeah, we'll buy some more train cars. I'm gonna sell the other ones, I think. Make sure we have enough money. I was also going to check if I can sell them for new vehicle prices, but I think they're counting as used now. They have already been used. We will check that. So the pump is quite far away. No, I checked that price, below 5,000. Oil price at 2,400, dropped by 100. Do these count as new vehicles? No. That should give us over 150 tons of oil, fuel. Close to 140. We needed 17, I have half of 16, so slightly less. If we get another one, we would have half. So we would have to run 2 imports to fill the storage and then a little bit more. They weren't that expensive, but still cost us 110,000. Comparatively to our profits right now, this is nothing. But the fuel price is like ridiculous. We can make that price back. Let's import 8. Let's import 9 more train cars. I need to calculate the length of them. We got 17 times 9. Let's make it 18 times 9. That should be... What is the distance we can have? It was like 250 something meters, I think. 250, yeah. We should be fine if we buy 9 more train cars. Maybe a bit risky. Hello, Demi. Welcome. We're still bumbling along. We'll see how it goes. We can take out a decent loan. I have to make that one fuel import count. I mean, I don't even know if I can afford to fill a whole train with fuel. What? Let's say we have... Let's say the fuel costs... We want to import 300 tons times, let's say, 4,000 rubles. 300 times 4,000 would be 1.2 million. That is okay. We can have one of those imports. So we have fuel for one import if we get to 4,000. If we're importing at 6,000, 300 times 6,000, that would be 1.8 million. So there we're getting a little bit into like a bad spot. Seems like it's coming down. It did do that before, where we thought like, oh yeah, it's coming down, and then it went back up and had a price spike to ridiculous numbers. Well, at least we have our train. I don't like the drag and drop system in this. The other train cars are too far away, I'm just gonna do this. It's way faster. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. If I had another train, I could just park the other train cars on that train, but almost 300 tons. This is what we will have. A full load of fuel, hopefully at a cheap price. Otherwise we need 1.8 million for a full import. And I don't have that money right now, even with the last loan. This is running on like fumes. It's kind of awesome, but also very stressful financially. We have to run that import soon. Have like a quarter year left. And the other option is another iron train. But I don't think that's gonna work. Might have to sell some stuff until you get oil up. Yeah. We're selling iron the whole time. It is making money. The iron exports are nice and chunky and profitable. Importing water from the border is also very expensive, but because it uses chemicals, but I don't know if I can make them drive up here. Maybe once the sewage pipes are in place. Have like 2 water trucks making our own water. I'm glad that the heating now works and we can run an external heating plant, reducing pollution significantly. We can let these small heating plants stay idle until like -20, but I'd rather them be a little bit pre-charged so that they do run when it gets cold enough and they have enough heating inside them. Worry about the Stogum, worry about the fuel. The fuel price is all that matters right now. Oh, we're dropping to 5,000 slowly. We get to 4,000 or something like that. I might take out a loan and just do a massive fuel import at that point. I guess at 5,000 it would cost us 1.5 million, and we could afford that right now if the price of the fuel drops that low, which is going to give us enough fuel for another year-ish. What's the oil price now? Only 2,500 per ton. I want them to throw as many workers as possible against the construction of the tunnel. All 1,283 worker slots can be utilized. Might make sense to wait until all the resources are there, but whatever, just bring workers there all the time. I think we're going to do the import at 5,000 for 1.5 million with a loan. Maybe it'll drop that low. Let's see. The day will end soon. Right now, 5.3 thousand. April 30th. We'll probably update the prices. It did not, so I guess it'll update on the 1st of the month. Didn't change much, went down a tiny amount. I'm really worried I should be importing right now, because it might rise again. But I'll wait. Let's look if there's like a nice locomotive we can maybe scrap. No, nothing. Nothing. Everything was more expensive than the tonnage. And steel price isn't that high, so... That's getting close to 1,000. If it's at 1,000, you would break even if you have like a 1-to-1 ratio of price to steel. But usually you're trying to go like more tonnage, because you want to make a profit. Hello Zardius. Welcome. Fuel 5.3 again. Looks like it's starting to climb again. Could be a short thing, could do a small hike upwards before it drops down again. Could go permanently upwards. I have no idea. It's all gambling with the market. All your favorite workers and resources streamers are online at the same time. Why don't you make 8-hour shifts so you can watch all day long, 24 hours? Yeah, well... That's not how that will work. The snow goes away. Excellent time for the construction of a tunnel. I really wonder if it's the asphalt roads we've been building. Oh, it's at 5.1 thousand. Are we gonna import at 5,000 or do we gamble and go for like an attempt to wait for it to drop more? I'm gonna wait, because we're earning money with the iron, I think. I think the fabric imports are like massive too, and bringing up the chemicals, which brings up the oil. I don't know how old this building is when we brought that one online, the second clothing factory. Life expectancy is looking really nice. Increased birth rate. This train is 160 meters long, that's, yeah, fine. Okay, it's at 5.3 again. At least have the loan for one massive fuel import. The loan plus finances. Once this oil is hooked up and making us profit, we're going to build towards the permanent oil across the water. That we already started setting up, but then I chickened out because this was a longer tunnel and further distance to the oil. And I wanted this one to be developed properly. The other one I don't care. The other one can be a mess. We can even tear down the tunnel again if we want to. Should the storage run full? For iron, I guess we could consider another train, but not before then. Before then, it'll just act as a buffer storage for the maintenance of the machinery in the processing plants. It's going back up to 5.5. Dang it. Workers will be sent to the tunnels anyway, no? Well, it'll split up. It'll take them. I mean, the ones that go to the mine go to the cableway station, and there they can't be snatched away by the buses. Almost at the point where I need fuel import. Maybe the fire station has range, maybe it doesn't. If the fire station can get through the tunnel but not all the way to the oil well, then a fire station over here should be able to do that, because that would be the distance around that setup. I should also upgrade that part. But like I said, if this burns down, rebuilding the oil well is fine. We just build a demolition office here, the waste gets dumped into the construction waste, metal scrap and waste incinerator, so the oil well burning down will be like a very quick rebuild. I don't think we should worry about like fire safety for that thing that much. Just set up a demolition office and rebuild it. I wonder if that's like a proper method to deal with an oil field that doesn't require workers to live there. In the early start time, like just whenever it burns down, just scrap it and rebuild it. Bring construction workers in from further away and just rebuild it. With a price of oil like we have right now, that's definitely a viable strategy. I'm gonna do an import if we hit 5,000, I think. Take out the loan, import 1.5 million rubles worth of fuel, and then have another like 3/4 of a year. And if we're going with the burning down strategy, I could have used dirt roads or gravel roads. But I was also thinking the export of the oil should be as fast as possible, so some asphalt roads should be employed. Maybe we should consider upgrading this whole setup so the asphalt road extends through the location. Which is not something that is like a bad idea. It's just not built with that in mind. We would have to lay a road across the train tracks and then enter the area from here while we do that upgrade. The area would still function normally because the workers get here by cableway car, so the fire station and everything else is being maintained properly. It would just hinder the construction traffic a little bit. How am I feeling today? Same like the whole week. If I don't feel better on Sunday, I think I'm gonna go and have on Monday gonna go to the hospital. But right now I am eating the antibiotics, and I guess they could take like 1 to 3 days to take effect, so we'll see. Thought you were predicting your death? Maybe. So we could do the upgrade, make this all asphalt road until we need to change something. It would increase road speed quite a bit. But a short section of dirt and gravel shouldn't be the worst. Iron price going up for a couple months, very good. What's the fuel price doing? 5.5 thousand. It's that jerk of a fuel price. Maybe another dirt road out here, if that would work. We're building towards like a single oil well, as if it's like the holy grail of the Republic. That's what it feels like. Back to 5.8 million, 5.8 thousand. Should have done the import at 5.1, I guess. Should we do the import now and fear that it's going higher? Let's do the import. Can I even afford it? It would be at 1.8. I guess I can. Let's do it. There will be no money after this. This is going to be expensive. Yep, game, bring the fuel price as high as possible while I'm doing the import. You know what? Oh, I'm thinking of gambling. I'm thinking of parking the train here right now. Because it's 6 million, it's... Is this really gonna stay that high? Ah, let's just run the fuel import. Whatever. We need fuel. Hello, Zazend. Welcome. It's important that... Yes, I know about the antibiotics. Oh, I need to be set to load fuel, of course. Okay, let's wait and see what it does on this date. Does it go up? It went down. Do I wait another tick? No, let's go. It's fine. Let's go. It just goes up and down. There was no oil or bitumen trade until now. It just goes up. Let's just import it. It's gonna be freaking expensive. 1.5 million export price, I guess. Import was higher, of course. Do whatever. Unload, and then depot. Korean War driving up fuel prices. Yep, we're importing fuel. If it drops a lot, I'm not gonna import another time as soon as I can. Because we can still store fuel inside the tank of the train. But this was an expensive import. It'll keep us good for another 3/4 of a year though. So, and until then we will have some export profits. We just have to monitor the fuel price and jump onto any cheap imports, I guess. Let's see. 1 million divided by 300 tons. If the price ever drops to 3,300, we should jump on it, because then we only have to pay 1 million. However bad that sounds. Domestic fuel production out of the question. It's something I wanted to not have to do. It's not out of the question, but right now it's not. We could start it in 1960. I could say our free research point of the decade goes to oil production. Goes to fuel production, I guess. Didn't really want to have to do it, but might have to. Looks like the tunnel digging phase is now started. That's the longest phase. Don't do it. Don't do fuel production. You just like watching the market do shenanigans against me. You just love this right now. Bending the self-imposed arbitrary rules? They're not bending the rules. We get a free research point in 1960 and I can spend that on oil. Just export oil 24/7. Yeah, that works too, I guess. We can hook up a proper rail-based oil export setup. Refinery's the easy way out. That's true. I mean, just exporting oil is the same, kinda. Except it makes even more profit. I think we're gonna get to the oil well. Probably like, I don't know, 6, 8, maybe 10 trucks to bring the oil to the well. Bring the oil from the well to the tank and then export it. Still never played this game. It's such a shame. You would probably absolutely hate it. Maybe in 10 years. I'm gonna flip around and go like, oh yes, back in my day, when I didn't play Workers and Resources. I mean, if we can hold out 10 months, we will have made the money back from the import. And if the price for fuel recovers until then a bit, should be okay. Do it. Don't do it. You have to use reverse psychology, Simon. Don't do it, Dopo. Don't play it, it's not for you. They didn't make this game for you. Do it. Maybe I can make this a permanent road connection. That doesn't look too unappealing, to be honest. Maybe. Ah, that's fine. I would give away my free key from the giveaway. Right, yeah. Very selfless. You made them like do like jump through hoops and all that nonsense, but you did in the end give it away. That is true. Another asphalt road that needs to be built. Thankfully it doesn't interfere with the deliveries of like materials to this construction site right now, so we can build that road for sure. I think that's a good side road here. Means that I don't have to worry about upgrading all of this, and just maybe these two sections if I really feel like optimizing it to the fullest. How did your... I don't want to... No, I'm not going to talk about that right now. It's just not what I want to do right now. You're going to get repairs. 15 workdays of repairs. My god, they are quick to repair. Also would like to have a vehicle depot. Saw the duck streamer put down the concrete to build beautiful squares. Why don't you do that? Because I don't have an area where a beautiful square feels right yet. The closest one I have is maybe this area, but I don't find concrete that beautiful, I guess. Also, concrete is expensive. Not that these cost anything. It's like we're going through a financial crisis and I spend time making things pretty. For relaxation. Could help. Fuel price back at 6,000. Probably made the right call. We would have had to import fuel by now, so... Since there's nothing else to do, I guess we're gonna beautify the city. While the tunnel's getting built. Do you like their chat messages more? Trusting the game? Give my opinion with artifice or malice? You think beauty is important, but you've never played the game. Therefore, you're imposing your own personal opinions without game experience onto this game. If I wanted to be very, very rough about that. Yes, it's about you again. But I'm glad you watched the Duck streamer. Bad Faith comeback. You left a huge opening, so I had to go for it. Oh, sewage discharge is up. Everything going away now. Good. Where is all that sewage coming from? What the hell? Why is this thing filling up with sewage? There's no workers here. It's gonna be another source of pollution, isn't it? It's coming from you, you're sorry. Alright, that's okay then. But what the hell? Huh. Oh, I guess I'll file that under a bug report. But it's like a massive amount of sewage being produced here. Like, look at that. That's 40 cubic meters of sewage right there. Could also be the coaling station, but it doesn't have any water or sewage connections, so temporarily demo the water input pipe. Yeah. You know what? We can also just turn off the pump. Okay. If I turn off the pump, the sewage stops. Okay, now we test if it's the rail construction office or the other building, the coaling station. If it produces sewage now, then it's the coaling station. No, it's the rail construction office. Hello, last Rod. Cole, that train is iron export from our iron mine up here. What a waste of water. Could that be the reason? No, it's dirty water, it's not purified. It's not fuel price cost. Did not know that trains could hold that many wagons. Yeah, on a long train depot, you can keep adding trains up to a train length of 450 meters. Because that's what the station length of the building is. So in default game, you can have trains up to 450 meters of length. Much longer than the building itself, that way. I mean, we're losing water, but this issue was the sewage, I guess, piling up. I feel like now we're killing them with sewage. I think the situation before that was better. Sewage discharge has made things worse. Maybe? Wasn't expecting 40 cubic meters of sewage being produced here. Can't really turn the water off on that side. I guess since the rail construction isn't running right now, we can set this to be demolished and just turn it off that way. Which should stop producing sewage for now while the bug is running, I guess. Goodbye, Mega Monkey. Have a good day. 6.2 thousand rubles per ton of fuel. Oh my god, game. Built the damn tunnel. Built the asphalt road. You said you had to go. Don't mock me. I want to upgrade this. I'm gonna make a pretty terrible road downhill here. Only for the upgrade though. Yeah. I know you'll be lurking in spirit. Alright, we can put a bypass road here to upgrade these 2 sections. Do I even need that? It would be nice to still have access to the fire station while the upgrade is running. That way, yeah, that way will be fine. I need a bunch of trucks that can run the tanker route later. I might get rid of the AMO 15s here. I think they're gonna be sold now. Oh, like not sold, but scrapped. Same for these Roosevelts, probably. No, they're still modern. Not modern, but new. That recently got bought. They can act as replacement vehicles for existing Roosevelts until we have none left in a depot. Are there more modern fire trucks available? Yes. I don't know if I want those. That asphalt road's gonna be expensive, but yeah, I think it's okay. We already bought most of the asphalt. We're not importing any bitumen, so it should be fine. In a month, snow's gonna come back. We're making good profit. Monthly repayment rate is 220,000. We're not making as much, but we're still making a profit. Meaning that we're slowly paying back the loans. We will have to refresh them, of course. And maybe we'll have enough money again once we need to import fuel. And the fuel price hasn't climbed too crazily. It's at 7,000 rubles now per ton. I hope we get access to the oil soon. That's all I'm saying. We don't have rail construction running right now anyway, but yeah, let's keep it paused, I guess. Just get rid of the white icon from the blueprint. Hi, do you think the 1930 style is already quite fun to play, or are there any annoying bugs and it's maybe better to wait until they are fixed? For me, it is already fun to play. I started in 1930 and I'm now at 54, which gave me over 100 hours of, over 60 hours of playtime already. Because I've started playing it with the streamer access on Sunday. It does have annoying bugs right now. For example, there are vehicles that will crash the game, so I've only found one so far. And that one is a waste vehicle that will be used by probably everyone. It depends on... Like, usually Workers and Resources is a game where you have to bring in some, like, frustration resistance on your own. Because of how you approach the idea of solving issues. Do you go to the workshop? Do you try to solve it with existing means? How do you approach the issue solving in Workers and Resources? And I like to just throw myself at it. If something goes wrong, I'll try to fix it, and if the run fails, I don't mind. But some people get really invested in their runs. And then for those, I would definitely say wait until there's been a patch or two. You're welcome. As long as you know about that one crash bug and you avoid that vehicle, the Yak 10, until it gets fixed, you can have a lot of fun with it. But there are some things that will feel like they aren't done yet. Hello Jumai, welcome. so odd with the rail construction office. Never noticed that. Yeah, tunnel is still the more important part to construct right now. Finish that one first. The other road is gonna be a nice to have upgrade later on. It's a bit unfortunate that all the dump trucks are waiting here right now, which will hinder the tunnel construction as soon as they're trying to build the paved road in there. We're gonna send some workers from Gugoshny up here, try and get it built. Maybe I should replace the buses over there with better ones. But then again, Gugoshny doesn't have that many workers, I guess. Over halfway done with the tunneling phase. It's gonna slow down a bit during winter, but shouldn't be too bad. As long as we're getting another 1.5, 2 million ruble loan capacity available, we should have enough money to import fuel. I mean, the price went up, right? Fuel is now 6,500, so that leads to 6.5 times 300. We need 1.95 million rubles to make a fuel import with a train. Absolutely ridiculous. Good amount of workers. You know what, we should probably focus on the other road right now. Because the excavator will still work even without any workers. And with the other road we will be able to bring workers to the construction site faster. And it'll also free up the dump trucks for when the tunnel is constructed to pave the road inside. So let's focus on the other the other part right now. Got 21-year-olds without their own flat. We are completely full. So it's not just highly educated people who did run full. Everyone did. I guess we'll take a 110 million ruble loan. Make sure we don't run out of money during winter. Okay, first aggregate storage is empty. That means you have to load from here now. We can get rid of that one. And get rid of the gravel road, maybe replace it with something else in the future. I don't know about building a house there. According to what it looks like in Gugoshny, we should be able to just build a flat here. And a slight bit of pollution shouldn't be a negative. And I'm kind of willing to try that. Just build a house right next to it. If it can get to a bus stop, it probably can't. No, it's too far. Unless we build like a footpath from here up to past the hospital, then it might work. I could set up a free construction office up here and route most of the workers to, or some workers to the bus platform and pick up construction workers from there. Oh, more buses, higher capacity buses. The SKD 706 RTO is now available. Could mean that the other vehicles for the Skoda series become available soon too. I'm gonna stick with the ZIS 155 though. And once the buses have arrived, we'll route the workers from the cableway station to send like 20% of its workers to the bus stop, where they can then be picked up by the construction office, which will increase construction speed because workers will be available here much faster. And yes, it's behind the unbuilt road, but once they get to this point and they deliver workers once from the cableway station,
they can keep doing this trip over and over again. And then later on do the same thing for the tunnel and the other road. That piece of road is done. There's already some excess workers appearing here because the city has enough people. But I will increase that amount during construction work. It'll help with the tunnel construction a lot, I think. And we can adjust the amount. Could even crank it up to 50%. But we still need our iron profits. Looks like that storage is running full now. Huh. Do I get another train? If I have another train, the 2 trains would be too much. If I see it being full, then maybe... I don't know if I want to make the investment on another train. Because if we're exporting more iron, then the iron price will also go down. It's a bit too risky, I think. There's our construction office buses. I'll route the people to the bus stop now. 20%. It's going to increase this bus stop full of workers. If they don't get picked up by construction officers, then they can go to workplaces after waiting for like an hour. So it's not going to put them into unemployment. It's just giving us the opportunity to pick them up for construction tasks. And now when the iron storage is full, I guess we might as well take as many construction workers as we can get to try and get to the pump check as fast as possible. I will also set up a demolition office here, or like relocate one of the demolition offices over, in case the pump check or the substation burn down and the fire station isn't in range. Probably will need hazardous waste for that. Almost done with the road. Rolling should not take too long, because we have a roller and a bunch of workers nearby that can finish it up. Good progress. This tiny upgrade will cause the longest delay, I think. And it's not that urgent. We'll do that when the snow is gone. And everything else has already been put in place. Do I want more workers for construction tasks? Kinda. Let's increase the amount to 50%. It gives me another idea. Will this like bring up the loyalty now, because they're all being told to go to the bus stop and they wait here for an hour and they're surrounded by monuments during that time? Could the simple act of force unloading them as a transfer stop at the bus stop here next to the clothing factory help to increase their loyalty if we put a monument next to the bus stop too? It's basically treating everyone as like stand around and look at the monuments kind of deal. Yep, that's going well. Lots of workers available. And with the road done soon, they can drive really quickly to that place. Almost full speed, but 40 kilometers instead of 65. I mean, okay, it's 2/3 of the full speed, but with a very high carry capacity. Should be able to dump a lot of workers in that construction site. Probably faster than we can deliver construction materials to the area. Try and send 90% of the people to the bus platform. Now I'm interested about like loyalty in that regard. Making them stand around for an hour to take in the loyalty of the monuments around the bus stop. Does that help? The road has been completed. We will get to the oil field. We'll get a single oil well hooked up. I'm gonna relocate the demolition office up here with its vehicles. Once the demolitions tasks down here are done, which they are. First order of business once we start exporting oil is probably to buy our citizen goods train its oil cars back, so it can always go here, load whatever oil is available in the storage tank and export that consistently. Bunch of gravel, some asphalt, 1,300 work days to build the road. And then we're through the tunnel, have to build a second road. And then the building's ready to be constructed. Substation and the pump check itself. And hopefully the wire can provide enough electricity over that relatively long distance. But I think it should. Should be fine with that. That's so weird with that, like, idea that you can like put a tick of loyalty into people just for having them stand around at the bus stop, not just as passengers and students, but also as workers, which I assume should work. Would probably require a test setup to make sure it actually does. construction office for workers should not be on the assignment tool, because then I might assign it to building construction tasks, and that wouldn't be ideal. It's supposed to handle footpath, road, and any other construction other than buildings. Even building repairs are fine, but initial building construction shouldn't really happen. I mean, I guess on the assignment tool it's fine. We use that sparingly, only in very important cases probably. Fuel at 7,000. I guess we'll put the other train back on its route. Soon oil, yes. Soon the oil will flow. It would be funny if it even drove up the oil and fuel price more. If everything didn't matter anymore, just oil. Next year, I think, we also get the better dump trucks. The BZ252. I already got the V3S, if you want. Better oil tanks of higher capacity. 58. Maybe some houses? Maybe just leave it like that for now. Could redo the road to have a smooth entrance. I'm gonna start the construction of that tunnel on low priority, so people who don't have anything else to do can build that thing. For example, gravel deliveries and asphalt deliveries and other construction materials can be delivered when nothing else needs to be done. It'll need a lot of concrete here for the tunneling phase, which they can do right now. I mean, it goes up marginally. I guess it's mostly hovering around. But this is a better statistic that we can use to track things with. Because it's finer level of detail than this one. Slowly running out of gravel. Too many workers. If that is an issue. That is a lot of workers for building maintenance. How's the fuel looking? Couple months. How much did we use last month? $42 per month. So we have 2 months worth of fuel left. Not even. March we have to import again. Fuel price at 8,000 per ton. Yes, 8,000 per ton. I can't believe this whole industry doesn't matter, and this will probably make more money. Make a dirt road besides the tunnel to preempt construction of the well. Thinking of just building a dirt road in general. Get some oil running, and then when we have financial buffer after the next import of fuel, we get it started with an asphalt upgrade. But yeah, probably not a bad idea. These ones can be built with one dump truck per building, so they should go relatively fast, and the middle section can therefore take a little bit longer. Two more gravel deliveries, and then the gravel portion will be done. Asphalt will take about 22 truck deliveries at 5 tons each. Then the tunnel is done. And the good thing about the tunnel is that it doesn't need any snow plows. It's always not covered in snow. So having long tunnels on Siberia is actually a good thing, once the vehicles get fast enough. If we set up another iron ore processing plant, then we definitely could run a third train. But I want to see how much more profitable running a few trucks for oil export is going to be. To make back an 80,000 ruble train load of 1,600 tons of 1,650 tons of iron ore, we need 22-ish, 21-ish oil trucks, and then we have made the same amount of money.
gonna attach the train cars to the train again. But we'll set them for oil export instead. So you will load oil here, and you will export that at the border. Once you have the train cars, we can set you to do that. Four train cars, all for exporting oil. No import whatsoever. I mean, in the future maybe? I don't know. I think the oil export will be the regular thing and the fuel import will have to be done on demand. Paver in 58. Oil price went up by another 200, I think. No, by 50. 8,500 per ton of fuel now. If only I had the money to import while it was 6,000. We couldn't have gotten it for cheap. So many workers. So little asphalt delivery capacities. Once that giant dump truck arrives, which I don't know when it does, because I don't have the messages enabled, then we could buy one of them. Would be quite expensive. Probably way too expensive. If the Roosevelt costs 13,000, then that other thing is probably going to be 100,000. If not more. Hello, Hank. Welcome.
Can you get one used? They have not. They haven't become available yet. They're not on the market yet. They shouldn't show up yet. But for cheaper, maybe. It's gonna take a while until one becomes available used, though. Well, that might be an idea. That road section is slightly longer than one gravel delivery per truck, but only for gravel. For asphalt we should be fine. Yeah, 5 tons. And then they can build this in sections, I guess. Short section first. Get the building set up. And also the power substation. Sitting here wondering if this is worth $20 or whatever currency, but I realize I spend more than that on the games that I'm slightly only interested in all the time. I spend a couple $100 in workers and resources. Why am I questioning $20 game spend? I'll get at least 40 hours out of it. Yeah, that's like the thought process, right? Workers and resources is a slow burn game, and other games, bombastic entertainment, give you like really good entertainment for a short amount of time, and this one gives you good entertainment for a long amount of time. I do think the DLC will need patches to become better, but you've seen me play it. I'm really into it. I enjoy it. Not everyone will have that frustration tolerance in certain aspects, but I'm just happy to have long trains again, I guess. I've been taking a month-long break for this moment, and for me it was worth it. Worry about having to go back into it and relearn things. Been 6 to 8 months since I played. Yes. If you're worried about having to relearn things, then Workers and Resources is all about learning things. Relearning is learning, so I don't know. Making mistakes and then fixing them makes fun. It's fun for me. You're welcome. Yeah, we're dumping so many workers onto that road construction site. The rolling is going to be done before the paver probably gets here. Glorious. Great use of the high wire transport. Yep, that works really well. Haven't seen 404 yet. He would appreciate it, I think. He requested it, I guess. So, and we finally did add it. Six more trucks full of asphalt to finish the construction of the paving section. 6 of them are planning to go here. One of them still has to pick up the asphalt, but they're heading this way right now. It's only a matter of time now. Asphalt deliveries have partially arrived, more of them incoming. Starting to bring workers here again. One more truck outside the building. And then we have all the asphalt here that we need. And that'll finish the paving. I think. The game says we need to import fuel right now. Fuel price is 9,300. I don't think I can import that much fuel. Let's do one thing. Let's take out a 900,000 loan and we have 110,000 left that we can take once the import is done. The train is shorter now. But the price is ridiculous. Oil is now almost as expensive as fuel once was, at 4,500 per ton. I will stop the construction over here. This is still using up construction materials. Stop that. We have to save. Also, it uses up fuel for the construction vehicles. Okay, we're out of money. Let's take out the remaining 200k loan. We're gonna build this with dirt. And we're gonna hook this up one with dirt for now. And then we can build the substation and the oil well as soon as the tunnel is done. And export over the dirt road for now. It's way too scary. One delivery each, then some steel, mechanical components, the pump check will be done. Can the fire station reach? No. A fire station over here would be able to reach them though. And it is also in range of the bus stop. Let me get the tanker trucks so they're ready to go as soon as they appear. As soon as we can export. I think the trailer truck has the lowest fuel consumption too, and they're much cheaper than the other ones. Of course they're gonna eat some fuel to refuel. But that's fine. Pretty sure. Let's get this built quickly. And I'll probably set up the fire station. Doesn't look like it likes going over that section of gravel road. I will have to babysit this oil well. I don't think fire trucks can get to it in time because of the dirt road. But we'll try and make it work. Oil, yeah. I'm thinking of exporting the excess bitumen. We have a lot of bitumen left for construction work. If I need to stretch the money a bit more. Jesus Christ, that importing fuel, man. That was a good idea because the substation will take longer to build because it doesn't accept a road crane. The pump check will get ready fairly quickly. And yeah, I have the demolition office ready to go in case something burns down. Rebuilding shouldn't be too difficult. Now that everything is in place. There we go, last construction phases. And then the oil is hooked up. Wait for the better road. Take a short intermission when we upgrade the other two road pieces to have asphalt connection. It's not going to be that important. Like, they can probably go full speed into the dirt and then re-accelerate through the tunnel. And this one is like fine when they start out of the building. Tell our construction material train to stop importing steel. Wherever it is right now. Save some money that way. We have 350 tons of steel here, we can make that last for a while. Such a ridiculous development with the oil. No excavator heading that way. Ah, because none was assigned yet. That looks better. Okay. So that's gonna be the line with the unloading for oil. No line spacing, run as fast as you can. And then we have to replace the first stop with the pump jack once it's online and running. Also no waiting until loaded command, I don't think. Because to prevent issues with like building maintenance and such. I think the bus stop up here hasn't set its range to be increased yet, which is why it isn't sending any workers to this area. But that should now be fixed. They can send a lot of workers to the substation and the pump jack. Wouldn't be surprised if the game immediately tries to burn it down. We will need the asphalt road. Transportation otherwise is not fun. Hello, Lucky Leader. Welcome. I don't know how long you've been here, but what do you think our fuel price is at now? If you know how many issues we've had with fuel. $7,369. It's at 10,652. The oil price is going over what I did the second to last fuel import for. So 'tis a bit ridiculous. Oh my god, we have oil. And we have electricity. Did you see oil at 4.5? Buy price is 5.2. That's where I said like, should we wait a little bit until fuel price goes down more? When fuel was at 5.2k, and I said like, let's wait a little bit, and then fuel went to 5.8, and I made an emergency import. That's nuts. Yes, yes it is. Right, let's run the vehicles. We have some form of oil export now. We have 10 tons of oil lying around here. The equivalent of 50,000 rubles. Each truckload is going to be worth 5,000 rubles. Over. I'm going to tell them to wait until loaded for... No, I'm not going to do that. Just run. It's fine. It might produce fast enough where they will wait until they're loaded. We have room for 2.5 truckloads of storage space. 10 tons is almost the equivalent of a full train of iron. Yes, it's horrible. It feels so bad. But the Republic will not survive unless we export some oil. The Board of Ministers have decreed that oil prices have risen to the point where it is unsustainable to give the Republic any oil or fuel unless they make them worth their while. So we have to export our own oil. Did you start in 1930? Yes. We started on 1930. Don't ask me why the price is going crazy. What did you think of the first bulldozer? When I started on 1930 at the start of the week, it wasn't available yet. I like it. It's super slow. I wouldn't use it for any form of construction work. But you have to like work to get it someplace to do the terraforming. It's annoying to handle. It has a bug, I think, where it can't overtake anyone. So that's something of concern, I would say. Okay, wait until loaded. Might as well make the truckloads worth our while. Okay, it's a bit more than a truckload is worth that much. 30,000 rubles. I think it's so slow everything crashes into it before they pass. I think vehicles usually overtake parked vehicles too. Haven't tried setting a speed limit. They also like going onto the asphalt road instead of the gravel road that I gave them. So they prefer the faster road, unfortunately. Oh my god, this is so profitable. We're just pumping money out of the ground. No oil in the train yet. first trucks haven't arrived at that point, but they do arrive now. And the next train will be able to export some. Have you considered setting minimum speed restrictions to keep your slow vehicles out of the faster lane? I do want them to all run on the asphalt road, so they can get the minimum speed required on when the road is snowed in. The Russellbound would only drive 20 kilometers an hour on gravel. I only put the asphalt road down so that they can drive full speed during winter without snowplows, which I find very handy. But I do have some speed restrictions in place in some locations, yes. Looks like the amount of trucks we have seems pretty good. Maybe a few too many even. Especially when the road has been fully turned into asphalt. Our train can carry 70 tons, which is less than the oil tank can hold. Did you see me lose 2,000 people earlier? I did not see that, no. As long as it was fun. Okay, might just be enough. Seems like it will be. Our first actual oil export. $50 tons of oil. 300,000. Covered. I was wondering if loyalty spreads throughout buildings. I'm trying to put my most loyal people into education buildings and spread it to the kids so that anyone gets more loyal. Yes. You will have to have people who are at least 50% loyal so it positively affects anyone else's loyalty. It does spread in, like, I know that it spreads in people living next to monuments. Workplaces next to monuments help, like wherever the most people are. If the loyalty there is increased, then it does help. Here goes the snow. Let's upgrade that road section. Looks like the train has left. 47 tons. Okay, we have spare capacity. A single train seems to be fine with this setup. I don't need to add another train car. I might be able to set this to like line space, so they spread themselves out and arrive evenly with like when oil is already available, and not use the wait until loaded command instead. It's gone down though. I wonder if that's because the low loyalty people are working in other buildings and education spread it to the higher loyalty ones. Spreading loyalty should not lower the loyalty of the people who are spreading it. If you had 2,000 people dying, then usually the death of like relatives and other people makes loyalty go down. So avoid having people die. Should I just set the minimum loyalty in residential buildings and that would be the best? Loyalty can only be enforced if you know the loyalty of the people, and for that you need an active secret police. Just setting the loyalty in buildings is not enough. If you have houses that are outside of range of a secret police, they could still move people into buildings with restricted loyalty settings through migration. Only those where you know the loyalty are not restricted from migrating. You didn't do the oil export. I said I would check the checkbox, but I forgot. Do they spread it to each other in residential buildings? No. There's large variety in loyalty in residential buildings usually. So from my understanding they don't do that. They can only really get loyalty from things like education, monuments. I don't know what else. Like, the question is, where do they get loyalty? Like standing in a bus stop that is next to the monument gives them some loyalty. Radio stations and TV stations can boost loyalty. A prisoner can gain loyalty if the wardens have enough. I think once they're like adults, I don't know what they get loyalty from other than monuments. Loyalty is like good when they are happy and live well. And it drops when they meet unfulfilled demands or live in pollution or stuff like that. Now I wonder if they spread loyalty inside residential buildings to some extent. That would be interesting. Alright, I think we have too many trucks here. I'm gonna put some of them into storage again. Loyalty is one of the big mysteries to me still, that I'm trying to figure out things with a little bit, see if like certain things can still be understood, learned and figured out. But loyalty has some strangeness to it. Fuel at 10,600. Well, there's the oil export. I guess that helps. Full trainload of oil, 1/3 of a million rubles. Hello, Hailstorm. And by a full train I mean only 70 tons of oil. It's ridiculous. We need to make money with that, pay our loans back, and develop. The single oil pump is more profitable than anything else in the Republic now. 340 meters. I thought if we were here, it would be fine. With another fire station protecting the oil well. We can reach the bus stop from here now. And if we do that, then I guess we don't really need the demolition office because the fire truck will probably keep it safe. And what if they only really get it when they are kids, and when they're adults, they're only affected by radios. So a kid that was 0 years old, getting 1% loyalty every year, they aged, and test one of my adults and see if they get loyalty. Well, I think they get loyalty from their parents, for example. And then school and education system and the like. So I think you have a lot of time throughout the life of a citizen to affect their loyalty in certain ways. But yeah, more experimentation with that will be necessary. The basics with the monuments and like the area of effect is pretty clear to people. But there's still some aspects that I have no clue. Look at the money flowing in. It's absolutely disgusting how ridiculously profitable this is. Fuel price went down below 10,000. What a surprise. Printing money, yeah. One ton of fuel is 10k? Yes, we had fuel price of 1 ton is 10,000. Now it's only 9,692 and dropping because we're exporting some oil. 9,300. We're crashing the market. Looks like the pump is working fast enough for now with the vehicles that we've provided. Cut it down by 2 vehicles. Might even be able to remove another one. Now that we have an asphalt road, the vehicles are more efficient. Only 215 for you. Well, can't have everything, I guess. Let's leave them in, but not wait until loaded. But try to run some line spacing so they arrive at approximately the same distance as other vehicles. Another 53 tons of oil for export.
Even if we don't need the oil over here, it's still gonna be good to develop towards that side for continuing to expand our republic finally after running 25 years in game with only 2 settlements. And 10 years with minimal construction. Yep. Okay, with line spacing they're a lot slower. Probably trying to get the line in place correctly now first. I think adding another truck is okay. Yeah, let's add another one back. I would like to fix this gap of dirt road at some point, but let's export as much as we can before the market price of fuel and oil stabilizes again, I guess. The other option would be to run them just through the end station down here, so they don't have to do the line spacing the way they are doing it now, and I think I'll do that. I'll let them run through the end station first before they go and unload. How to manage water in your early game initial settlements? Something I find I always underplan and try to solve by building complex solutions. I import water from the border for my village, and then my water setup here is I have a water purification plant with a water well and a pump next to it, and then this settlement gets water deliveries by truck from a technical service. Hello Vitada, welcome to the stream. So maybe my water solution is getting to its limit a little bit. I run trucks until about 10k pop. I think I'm going to set up a free technical service, and then we can plan on hooking up the sewage network to the sewage pipe and run water pipes that we could buy with our massive profits that we're now having, if the oil and fuel price stay that way for some time. And even if they don't, we still have our regular profits from iron export, which aren't too bad, but in comparison to oil. If we check last month's export, I think there's no arguing that oil is probably more profitable. Also, we're consuming a lot of water with the new old concrete plant via technical service because they don't have a water connection here, so I had to set up 2 more substations, and that puts them a little bit more busy than I would like them to be. Do we have better technical service vehicles? We do, but in our case I'm going with the ones that have the highest volume, which the Rusovals do have. The Yag, I guess, would be an upgrade because it could run through the snow 7 kilometers an hour faster. This game motivated you to get a master's degree in urban planning? That sounds great. Did it help with the gameplay? Like, are you better at the game now? Because I still have some questions that I need answered. Got a pretty large number of workers now available. So it might be a good idea to consider setting up another industry. Sewage tank overflowing, health risk. Looks like water and sewage trucks are beginning to become insufficient up here too. So I'll help with that with like a free technical service until we can find a proper solution, which will be a proper technical service later on. Bricks. Sewage is starting to fill up in the industries first, so we definitely have to make something happen fast. Somewhat fast. Probably setting up a proper sewage network with the existing infrastructure of the settlement. Have a sewage tank up here and here. Could bring them down to the switch, but it's probably going to be a good idea to have another sewage switch here to bring them down to. This one probably can go to that switch. That shouldn't be an issue. Unless I should set up another switch for the gravel processing sewage, which makes a lot of sense.
We could probably run it along the sewage pipe and then just bring it over. No. I want this to be available for another sewage connection over there. It has to go to that one, I think. Anyway, built that one already. Out of fuel, we have to import again. We've made a bit of money. Okay, and then fix the other connection later. Once we have a proper sewage setup in place, then we can also hook up running water to everyone and get rid of the whole truck solution. Alright, import as much fuel as you can. I'm gonna take out a loan. It should be hopefully enough. Fuel price went down to 8,600. No problem. We can import that for like 1.7 million rubles, something like that. .8, sure, for now. Maybe I need to make another change here. We'll put a sewage switch in place and then get a sewage connection to the iron mine as well. That makes the most sense. That's a small pipe, that should be plenty. And then another sewage pipe from this part going downhill around here and along the hill into this switch, basically. Could go along the train tracks. Okay, then the sewage up here will also be dealt with. We need a fire truck over here. I should have a spare one, I think. That one. Holds 10 firefighters, but that's okay. No water substation or sewage tank over here. This fire station is just what it is. It's fine. It'll stay there. I should also check that it is actually in range of the oil well, and it is. They're highlighted in green. So that will keep that safe. Over the asphalt road should be fine even during winter, without snowplows hopefully. And if not, demolition office is also nearby. No, let's redraw that. Make sure we get to the elevation first. Because if I draw it like this, it's gonna take 600, 700 workdays. This is 300 workdays, flat piece. And this is another 50 workdays, so it saves us about 300 workdays if we do that a little bit more with regard for how the terrain is laid out. And then yeah, we can have one pipe go out into the city with some more switches. Not expensive. But it will eat up some prefab panels, I guess, that we don't really have that much of in storage. Sewers for days, yeah. I'm going to bring prefabs up to 10%, so we can store some more. Fuel below 8,000 again. So cheap. Maybe we should stop exporting oil until it goes up in price a bit more. I'm a little bit annoyed that this setup is less profitable than this setup.
just a tiny bit annoyed. But it will be a temporary thing, I think. This setup is 4 times more profitable right now than the whole iron setup, and also requires fewer workers. It looks like we need more iron export capabilities. How quickly do you fill up the iron? Gotta take a comparison of how full does the iron get before the train gets to the customs house. If they fill up the whole iron storage before the train gets to the customs house, then yes, we have enough for another train. It's producing so fast. At 1,000 tons, it has only reduced the storage by 700. So they already produced 300 tons while it was loading in that time. So they need to produce a bit more over 1,000 tons before the train gets to the customs house. Which seems doable. If I wanted to make a crop-based industry like food, clothes, alcohol, etc. in Siberia, would it be better to farm the crops or import through ships or maybe trains? Farming has a significant deficit in Siberia. You have less time to farm and you get less product out of the farms. I would say importing, but if the market goes crazy with the crop prices increasing strangely, I don't know. In general, importing and then exporting some of the profit should keep it in balance, I think. I don't think the storage is going to be full again before the train gets to the customs house. Does exporting clothes make fabric prices go down? That's difficult for us to say because our fabric prices went crazy because of the chemical oil-based situation. Normally they will trend upwards because clothing is a consumption good and just gets used up over time. So it was not able to produce the required amount of iron before the train got to the customs house. I guess it is still unloading technically. But yeah, we don't quite have enough to fulfill the demand for another train, although having another train would be nice instead of the potential that this iron storage could burn down with all of the resources inside. Doesn't seem like we have that much more though. I'll stick with one train. We might need that other truck during winter when transportation speed over the asphalt road will also be slowed down because of the snow.
At least the next fuel imports will be cheaper again. Thinking of setting up 1 or 2 fuel storages that we could use as a buffer for future fuel crises. Let's see what the fuel price does. If we regularly export oil, it might just come back down to normal sub 1000 ruble per ton levels. Well, we can keep building now, I think. For sure, which they're already doing. I need something to drink. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
Alright, we're back. Nothing happened, okay. I can't wait to have the other tunnel finished, because then we can actually plan another settlement. Shame it took that long. But we don't have to go into the modern era, I guess. We can stay with this. And these type of vehicles, pre-1960 vehicles for a while. Even these ones feel too modern. The large dump truck is now available since August, and an upgraded roller, which would improve our road construction efforts. Six kilometers to 20 kilometers, 8 to 18 rolling speed. Are there new wagons for trains? No, not yet. They would appear in front of this list, because the DLC wagons are at the end of the list, and we only have these two standard train cars that still exist, but no other ones. Once we hit, I don't know, 2000 rubles per fuel, I'm gonna do the road upgrade of that short section for the tunnel. Not before then. Could mean that the oil well burns down and causes some delays, so I would like to wait until the fuel has been significantly reduced in price. And we have fuel in storage, and oil is not as important. Okay, maybe this doesn't work as well as I thought it would, because it's basically using up the trucks with incomplete capacities.
I'm gonna put a substation in here just for the fire station. What does the large dump truck now actually cost? 71,000. It does have very, very good carry capacity. Could even replace the trucks that are currently handling the gravel export delivery, like one truck waiting until unloaded. For a new player playing the campaign would help. New players should start with the tutorials, then the campaign. The campaign does not explain everything in detail and seems to expect that you know at least part of the tutorials. You can also start with the campaign, and then if you feel lost, go back to the main menu and look for the tutorial for help. I know that not everyone likes to jump into a tutorial and go through sections of like gameplay elements and would rather learn as they play through a campaign, but just be aware that the campaign does not explain everything in detail. So yeah, you can start a campaign and then use the tutorial as help. Just throw yourself into realistic, that's what I did. That's one way to try and do things, yes. Very painful for most people, but if you like the idea of realistic, you could go for it right away. Still would need some basic guidance, I think. It's the last sewage switch for now, then everything would be hooked up to the sewage discharge. You're welcome, Nodro. Yeah, just follow that easy checklist for a couple hours and you'll be fine if you try realistic mode. I find it difficult to go from realistic mode back to normal mode. My brain doesn't really know what to do with like being able to just instantly place and build stuff. It's kind of strange. It almost feels like a different game, yeah. It feels strange. Well, we should have enough workers for this construction site too. Now that the oil price is going down, I wonder... Oh, it's not really going down, it's still at 8,200 for the fuel. Is the game really gonna stay with a fuel price that high, huh? But I wonder what other shenanigans are gonna occur. What the game's going to throw at us. I'm predicting like an increased coal price at some point. A coal price would basically damage the Republic. Very slowly, but it would. Last year we consumed 492 tons of fuel, 1,000 tons of coal. Is that right? Okay. I guess we import more coal. Makes sense for the heating plants. I just didn't thought it was that much. That junction is a mess. I could try and get rid of this left-hand turn by making the construction vehicles drive up here and do a left-hand turn maybe in between the two train lines. But I don't think that would change too much. So I think the Republic is now safe, because we can definitely make up the import cost of fuel with the export of oil, while also driving down the fuel cost. That pump check will feed the Republic enough fuel or money to import the fuel. Let's do an import. We'll keep some fuel inside the train. But I think the import might also drive up the oil prices a bit. Just a tad. I'm tempted to build another settlement. Small village out here with around 200 people just around a heating plant huddled up. And a grocer. For another research point. 1.9 million. What? What 1.9 million? What do you mean? Does the repair station have range here? It should. It's not that far away. It can have range here, if we set it to maximum distance. Maybe it's not calculating through the road that is being upgraded right now, so let's give it some time. Okay, the road is done. How much is it now? Still not enough. But at 3,000 we would have enough. What is a pumping harbor? You pump fuel to ships. Pumping harbor, you can transport oil, fuel, or bitumen with it. It allows you to have a way to export oil, for example. I don't think the cableway would work that way. To refuel ships, any other harbor should have a connection to allow you to connect a pipe and refuel ships that way. So pumping harbor is useful mostly for transporting resources rather than refueling. Thinking of setting up a switch. We could draw that, but it would look weird with the wire going right through the cableway. What is this one? Is this lower? It is lower, but the cableway still goes through it. Is it really... I guess it makes sense to have a village here, because gas station and setting things up in a basic way before we cross the hill. But maybe a bit further away from the road. Train needs to import more prefab panels. I'm going to switch another train car from steel over to prefab panels, I think. If that ever runs empty at some point, it can import 37 tons instead of 18. The sewage pipe construction will thank us for it, because it takes a lot of prefab panels. No, we want the heating plant to be central this time for this village. We're gonna use a central heating plant, where the village will be built around it. Frostpunk style. So somewhere around here will be the heating plant, shopping center, grocer. Not really a shopping center, but a grocer in front of it on the road. Other than that, everyone has to take the bus to the nearby city. they want anything in particular. I really want to make like a single house where a logging family lives. They have a grocery kiosk next to them and a logging camp. You would need at least like 3 people living there. One for the kiosk, one for the logging camp, and one to like be able to buy something. It wouldn't run reliably, I don't think. Not in that setup. And for something like that, we might need a dedicated distribution office to feed villages in the surrounding area. Kindergarten. Nothing else. People from here would be loaded to go to the school inside the city via a bus route. But it doesn't have to be super reliable. They will need a clinic and someone living nearby to crew that. So like a house dedicated to some highly educated people living here, including some police officers as well. But that would be pretty much about it, I think. Small heating plant, at most 3 workers in it, maybe even 2. Coal storage on the entrance would be a possibility, but we can also store that further behind. We won't need a repair station because this is already in range of a city's repair station. Otherwise this whole like small village setup wouldn't really function anyway. coal storage outside on the road, and then residential buildings around. Still a kindergarten, and then other like houses for 200 citizens. So not that many people here. You know what? Since we don't have the high enough capacity wires yet, I could use two 5 megawatt wires connected by switch. Which is, I guess, what we're gonna do. It would still work absolutely fine. That's the wrong switch. We need a high voltage one. It would still absolutely work fine, just pulling the wire through, but we're trying to make it look a bit more realistic, I guess. Yeah, that's a high voltage switch. And I only want to do that because I could drag the wire directly from here to here. But it doesn't have enough capacity. You know what? We're gonna use a 5 megawatt wire, and at some point I will have a spider's web of a power grid instead of a single power line running through. And then it's probably gonna be resolved once we get to another customs house at that point. Alright, we're gonna do that then, for now. Really good profit, of course, thanks to the high prices. It's still a single oil well, 3,000 rubles per ton of oil, down from 5,500. Fuel at 6,500 again, so dropping ever so slowly. We're back where we started at the beginning of the episode, I think. Which is good. 6,000 is maybe sustainable with a single oil well. Only 13,000 rubles per truckload of oil now. I guess it wasn't fully loaded. I did not build a switch up here, I just was like, oh yeah, only a single connection up here. It's probably gonna be fine forever. Let's hope that's the case. The it might not be, but we can rework that at some point. The sewage tank was fairly central, but if we get another iron ore processing plant in the future, we'll probably have to move it. From here we would just go over the mountain, down the road, and set up a high voltage switch nearby after the settlement has been planned out. This area still needs the fire station. Okay, excavator can dig through the mountain. That would be the settlement after this one. Benefit of this will be a gas station on the route, and that would be nice. Water tank, sewage build, still need the electricity. I did set up a whole transformer for this, which feels wholly overkill. I don't think this village needs a transformer, to be honest. It is pretty far away though. Hello Barbados Blackbelly. Welcome. I guess it does make sense. That's some serious profit margins. And fuel will still last a while. Solve the oil issue. The oil well is up and running. What issue? In this year, we exported oil a bit since after the first third of the year, and it has made more money than clothing and iron. So yeah, it is working. Yesterday the oil prices were going crazy. I wasn't here for the oil well getting built. The oil well got built today. The fuel prices went even crazier. We were scraping by until it finished. We solved it after they went over 10,000 per ton. And maybe once we get through the mountain, a settlement set up, small village to expand into a city, and the train tracks have been built across. At that point we can consider maybe hooking up more than a single oil pump jack for export by train without requiring any trucks. But the current setup will work for a long time. Now we're basically mostly concerned with the oil exports dealing with the fuel imports. So last year, 3.4 million rubles worth oil exports. Fuel was 5.25, but we did start the oil exports late. So I want to make as much oil as necessary to deal with the fuel import prices at least. That would be nice. Is it correct that in 1930 there's no crane vehicle? Yes. We'll have to build your first buildings without cranes, with lots of workers. The cranes will appear in 1932. The gas AA crane KS1 appears in 1932. As long as you don't build... If you only build smaller buildings, you can set up like a village that once people are able to move in, they build more buildings and you get like a nice big chunk of population that can be thrown around with construction office vehicles. You might be able to, or you just plan and slowly build up to a large settlement until 1932, but throwing around more workers, that's a problem, should usually help. Time for work. Sorry to hear that. I have to start importing bitumen again with the next route. One storage tank for bitumen, wait until loaded for fuel, then import bitumen, and then unload at the station. All the train cars that accept everything can load full of fuel, and a single train car for bitumen will load after. Otherwise I have to set every train car and I don't want to do that.
You know what? I think we can also load citizens and drop them off in the city, so they can visit some things. So we'll try and transfer citizens through this bus stop now to go into the village, so that the people from Gugoshny can maybe also get some sports enjoyment during winter, at least for a few of them. That is a lot of passengers. New settlement will get a name, and that is going to be Toimasnoi. At least I can pronounce that one easily from the get-go. What? Bugogodonsk wasn't easy? You have a spelling mistake there in their Grassburgers. It's Bugogodonsk, not Bugogodonsk. Get it right. There's two U's, not two O's. Well, there's two O's too, but the other O is much later. Trying to make fun of me here. Sewage pipe is working. That means probably all of the sewage trucks are now not busy anymore. If we see them driving around, then they're either going to the iron mine fire station that is handling the oil field, or later on they could be going to Toimasnoi. If we allow them to go over there. It might make sense to have a technical service over on that side. Can fire trucks still get in residential buildings? There's only pedestrian roads attached to them? Yes, several pedestrian buildings only have pedestrian footpaths attachments. And ambulances and fire trucks can still drive in there. Temperature in building too low. It's still 15 degrees. That's fine. That is absolutely fine. What map is this? Siberia from the Biomes DLC. With 7 months of winter. An extra low temperature of up to minus 46 degrees.
It is very cool. You're welcome. What's next to research? Good question. Thank you for the follow, 7 twice. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. I was thinking oil refinery if we couldn't get it under control. Other than that, we still have steel production with a steel mill. We could go towards brutalism architecture. I don't think any housing is in that category. Okay, the Dnipro flats are. Okay. Modern grocer. Thank you for the follow, Way1. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. I don't know if the DDoS is part of the name. I mean it is, but having DDoS in the name sounds scary. Soviet modernism has a bunch of new modern buildings included. The cinema is part of brutalism, the modern one. I don't think we need any more modern architecture. Ah, the radio station. Oh well. So I don't think more building variety for citizen buildings is like important. I could try and spend one on woodcutting planting policy so I don't have to replant the trees anymore. And that would just happen automatically. That would be a convenience research. Gas power plant. Just throw the oil into a power plant and burn it. That one would be useful if the oil is cheap and coal gets really expensive, but right now that's not the case. Maybe the secret police? Try for a renewed push on loyalty with some things we now know. Don't think tourism in Siberia would be a good idea with how much food and meat and alcohol they want. So to sum it up, no clue. There's a lot of things we could be researching. But there's no like ideal way. Pollution reduction would also kind of help. Wasn't there early radio TV? Only early TV, no radio. Either they haven't added the radio yet, or it's not planned, but there's only an early TV station. We're back to 2 million ruble loans now. Such a somewhat bad setup for the oil export, but it works. I would like to relocate the rail construction office into this town. No factory connection out that side, huh? I guess if we build it here it would work, but that requires some flattening of terrain. Some more. Let's flip that around, because the rail line should go into the track here. And the road will go around and then loop back across the train track up on that side. And we'll have a pedestrian underpass to let workers walk to the building to work there. I guess I need to terraform a bit more if I want to build it the way I just said. So that way we can maybe check what 450 meters are and then hook up the rail construction office after that distance. So even if there's a train waiting, unloading here, it doesn't have to wait for that. It's not really super important because trains are usually not set to wait until unloaded here, but it is an option. That would allow us to do just that. A way for workers to make their way into the building is also available here, with a footpath from the road to construct that whole thing. Should not be a problem. And then we need to connect the road to the city. Now I'll try and keep it as close to the rail line as possible, so this whole area in between here is basically train track territory and not utilized for anything else. I wanted to cut across here somewhere, but that would now go over both rail lines, and that seems kind of silly. Maybe this way, because there should be no one parked over here. Also not what I wanted. Maybe from the gas station. Do that. That is not enough footpath distance. Unless we let someone live here and they could work the rail construction office. Or we set up another underground footpath from this side and they can also make their way over to this area. And that is the best solution, I think. Because we can just have a tunnel entrance from here. Or we just give them a footpath that walks uphill. Apparently that's too steep. Still not enough, huh? Then I guess some houses would be the solution. Just having some people live closer to the rail construction office. Since the rail construction office doesn't really make its own pollution, it should not be a problem. Can't really have the houses right next to the rail construction office because you can't get to anything from here. Other than the hospital. Unless I set up a grocer here, but I don't want to do that. However, some housing here next to the hospital should be enough to make this a functional setup for the rail construction. And we do have some housing blocks that can take almost 50 workers. And they can get to everything in this location. How many do I want? Probably only... Maybe 2 here? For now. No highly educated. And then, yeah, set up the rail construction office and relocate our rail construction efforts into that building. we will have to have the current rail construction office to build a train track all the way over there, so that we can move the vehicles in. I do not want to start with the very slow rail construction vehicle again. Then we should be okay. The power lines are so close. Who built that? You know what? I think we're gonna make this very short and hook it up in here. And that's fine. Which means I should turn this building around. No. We'll just bring the road closer to the train tracks, and that should be sufficient. I'm going to change this. Oh, the factory connection's already done. Never mind. But yeah, probably something like this. Means we could also go with an above ground crossing, like instead of a tunnel, just have a footpath bridge, which would be a lot cheaper to set up. Doesn't have to all be tunnels. Tunnel was pretty sleek though. Back to a tunnel. Do ships cost maintenance when they're sitting in a dock not being used? Only in a dock that can load, etc. Vehicles accumulate attrition when they're sitting around. Not as much as when they're running, but they're still getting wear and tear, yes. This doesn't have water and sewage, it's too far away for that. But we have enough space here to set that up. It does have electricity. probably good enough to have a water and sewage switch here, because it will produce a ton of sewage, we saw that. And it needs its own water production, I guess. Which means we just hook up a small water pipe from this pump here and bring that over. No need to set up a dedicated well, I don't think. Maybe time to hook up a sewage switch over here too. And we can use that to hook up the rail construction office sewage. Plus the unloading station as well. That would replace the existing sewage pipe out of the station and would give us 2 more connections going towards the left side, away from the existing sewage pipe setup that we have. We're using large sewage pipes here because the unloading station shouldn't make the trucks wait when they're trying to unload. And once that is done, we can demolish the other sewage pipe. And I guess this will potentially produce a lot of pollution from the running sewage. Small sewage pipe for the rail construction office should be sufficient. I mean, if the train is short, then yeah, this other road will be better. But this loop will always be available. I think emergency services might still get stuck here if a train is parked in the area though. Alright. The early start realistic is really hard if you have a small customs. Have to start with trains just to avoid the queue of 5 trucks. Yeah, I can see that. I haven't started on a small or medium customs house yet. But I think with 5-ton trucks it's still fine. As long as you make sure to use intermediate storages to bring the resources out, so when the construction vehicle goes there and only wants to pick up like a ton or less than that, they go to that storage and not to the customs house. "15 people buses?" Yep. It's beautiful. We need some people going to the fire station so nothing over there burns down. What better vehicle for firefighters than a red car? Cheapest personal car with good speed. Cheaper than the buses, we don't really need much more than 4 workers anyway. We'll pick up the firefighters from that bus stop and they go over to Toymasnov. Toymasnoy. It's so good that the money situation has finally resolved itself. That was not necessary. We can combine all of our loans into 2 million ruble loans now. Which will reduce our monthly repayment rate by a lot.
Nice and cleanly organized. Back down to 4 loans, 4.6% interest rate, 130,000. I think we were close to 200,000. Didn't pay attention, but this looks a lot better again. What are the fuel prices doing? Down back to 6,000. And they went up a bit. I mean, if this is our new normal, then I guess this is our new normal. Coal is thinking about going up. Speed of 40, snowed in road, no snowplow. Still works very well. Appreciate that. Probably no fuel here at the moment, so I should send over some and allow the fire trucks to refuel for the moment. And priority will be for workers from the bus stop to make sure the fire station is filled. And then they can do whatever they want. If they want to work in an empty grocer where they're gonna freeze to death, then they can do that if they want to, I guess. Let's just run line spacing. Bus route is not going very far. That's how you bring firefighters to a fire station in style. How far is the tunnel? Building the asphalt road through the tunnel now too. Gravel face and then asphalt face, and we have our tunnel. Gotta build the asphalt road at the other side, and then we're on flat terrain. Flat ground, can build the next proper settlement with a purpose other than just making sure a gas station on the way to the next settlement doesn't burn down. Gotta import fuel. Gonna take out 2 million ruble loan and let the train run. I'm probably going to make the train longer by 5 more train cars. And I kinda want to run a different train. $480,000 ruble train. Maybe not that expensive.
My god, the trains have gotten expensive. That one is new. TKH48. Let me get one of these. They're ridiculous. I can't click it. Probably not enough space in here. Yeah. Been sending workers to places for over a year without any purpose. That sounds sad to some extent. But I get it. Sometimes they want work and you can't give any work to them. But still. Alright, new locomotive. Now that's a proper steam engine. Was loads of work, couldn't get done. I was wondering why. Ah, okay. So, just a planning restructuring needed to happen for that to be resolved. I see. Bring the rest of the train cars in, and then we're gonna do a fuel import. Now that I have enough asphalt, I guess we can also do things like upgrade this road all the way to the customs house. Is fuel price over 5k already? That's where we started this episode. It was at 6,000. It went up to 10,000 and then we started exporting a little bit of oil and now it's back to 5,500. And oil is now our most profitable export by a big margin. 50% more profitable than clothing this year. Yeah, a single oil well. Very profitable. There's our 43 tons of oil getting exported right now. Looks like we're in the red right now by 86,000, which is quite a lot, but I think the oil has something to say about that. I also imported 430,000 rubles worth of train cars this month. Let's not forget about that. Alright, go import some fuel for us.
You can build a small port and buy some steel for your dollars from that NATO border. I'm gonna use the dollars for hiring migrants whenever I need to fill up back some population, so I'm using that for migrants from the west instead. But thanks for the tip. We're doing fine financially with rubles. And the steel price hasn't gotten expensive yet. If the steel price goes up because of the iron price, then we're making more money with iron anyway. And if the coal price goes up by a lot, then I guess we just need to build that coal mine. Yeah, this road really wasn't supposed to be permanent, but now we're even hooking up a settlement to it. I guess this bridge setup wasn't supposed to be permanent. We're probably running the double lane road the way I said, down here past the coal mine setup. And then across this side into a road along the coast into accessing the lake from the right side through the mountain range here instead of building another tunnel to have a 2-lane road or 4-lane road go through there. Is it possible to enable Siberian temperature on other maps? Apparently if you replace certain aspects of the save game, you can do that. There's no easy setting to do it, but there is a way to switch it. Mega Monkey posted it before, I think. Oh. Mega Monkey giving me a fix for crashing game. Okay, what Mega Monkey posted, I'm going to... I'm gonna make a picture of that, I guess, and put it on Imgur, and you can maybe use that to try and change your own save game. There you go. That's the explanation. Make sure to back up your save game before you try any modifications, of course. Hopefully that'll help. You're welcome. And you can thank Mega Monkey when he comes back at some point.
Burns from Fire, minus 48.5% for health. So people getting burned by housing fires are also tracked in the health stats now. Interesting. Makes sense. Okay, fire station has some workers here. I guess we can start planning for, well, I still need the distribution office to bring food and meat to the area. Basically a distribution office that was supposed to handle that. I think we can maybe place another one. If there's room for one here, apparently not. Basically a distribution office full of like some refrigerated trucks and food trucks that just bring food to the grocers of the villages. Ideally as close to the warehouse as possible. Maybe if I flatten this terrain it'll work. Not complain too much. Still want to get rid of that coal storage at some point. Oh, that's still assigned to dump trucks. No wonder it's not emptying out. Come on. Well, I guess we found the reason why the coal doesn't get used up. Heating pipe, sewage pipe in the way. Never mind then. Well, I did open up a lot more new space here, so we can have the distribution office on the other side of the train track, near the rail construction. There we go. You can click when it says you can't build due to infrastructure, maybe force terraforming for you. I try to avoid that because then the roads and the footpaths look like really nasty. When you try and do that and it clips over the trains, you can fix it by placing signals, but with roads and footpaths it looks really, really horrible even if you fix it, because the roads and footpaths then bend in weird ways. So I've come to stop doing that, basically. could bring gravel by train to the rail construction office. Also, we need to build the train track. It's not going to be a very long. Oh god, I forgot about the whole train track. Almost made a big mistake. But it didn't happen, so it's fine. Need to make the turn wider, something like that. And then this one can hook up more easily. And this will allow us to place signals here, making sure that the if we have more than one rail construction vehicle in here, it doesn't get blocked, basically. That doesn't mean that the sewage pipe needs to be rebuilt for the sewage switch. If we build a grocer here, we could probably have some houses on that side too. Now that I kind of made it accessible. With this heating plant in place. The other heat exchanger from that side, from the large heating plant, also goes pretty far. But it will probably mostly fall to the heating plant. You're handling coal for the coaling station in the rail construction office. You will also have to bring coal to the coal storage for the settlement until we get a proper distribution office next to the coal mine at some point. kindergarten. And then we can set up houses, make sure no one moves in until maybe someone from the fire station department bus route can pre-charge the heating plant. Once we have coal here, we can drive it to the heating plant. And then just have a worker walk in there and make sure it's like all set up. Fire station first, then anyone extra in the heating plant. Should there be a situation where it's full at some point. And the heating plant doesn't need to let me know right now. Okay. Once coal arrives here, he will bring it to the heating plant. We still need to set up the storage for the hazardous waste. And we got power. The lights just turned on. I think they are too high density. If we get up to 150 citizens, meaning 5 houses of these, we should have enough. 6 would be safe to get to 200 citizens. We'll have to run the bus route, of course. $50, $80, $110, so 2 more. To get things started, I guess. And everyone here should have access to everything. At least the things that we do have in the space. Bus route from here to this bus stop, where the citizens can be unloaded to visit all the service buildings. We still have to build the asphalt roads through the city. I think the gas bus 0330 would be perfect for that. Who needs these fast buses when our roads will only allow 40 kilometers an hour anyway? We'll start with 6 of them. See if that's enough. And make sure no one can move in here yet. We need some people, some highly educated people, to run the police station and the hospital, the clinic. How many do we need? Probably 10 doctors, maybe 10 police officers, so 20. So I guess one of the smaller houses would be sufficient. I got 32, yeah. Highly educated will live here. We'll turn them all off everywhere, and then this one will flip around. We got some coal. Heating can start working as soon as it gets cold enough. Those profits look very, very healthy. Once the first footpath is done, I'll try and give them the option to build more things at the same time. I guess we can split that into 2, that's fine. Very good. Our next settlement should be set up pretty soon. Looks like that one bugged out. It's not connected. Are you kidding me, game? Trickster. I'll build it on the other, on this side then. No. Do this to me, game. I guess this is gonna stay gravel anyway. Might as well connect it that way then, I guess. I could let them walk to the bus stop if they want to, through a shorter footpath at some point. Just turn around here, go between the two buildings and you're at the bus stop, but it's... walking is good for health, I think, so make them walk. The asphalt road constructions here will cost us more bitumen, which is going to be quite expensive, of course. Bitumen is part of the oil family and will have some impact on our costs, but we eat that in addition with the fuel. It's a fifth of the fuel price. We will use some of it to make our own asphalt roads because it's just a benefit during winter to not have to spend that much on fuel. And no snow plows. So bitumen are a one-time investment. Snow plows would need fuel constantly, I guess. I like this idea still more. Until we get fast vehicles and fast snow plows, then to get the most out of the roads at some point it would be better to run snow plows, I guess. Decent amount of loan capacity. Still not that much, but we have 1.2 million more that we can borrow, while also already having 1.3 million. So it's not looking awful. Enough for the next fuel import, I guess. How's the fuel price? 6.1 thousand. Let's not say million, otherwise the game thinks that it would be okay to do that to us. Crazy. Still absolutely ridiculous with those prices. Three workers maximum. And yeah, once they finish a building, then people can move in for sure. It's gonna be preheated. Distribution office should be ready before any of the houses, and then we can deliver some resources over. DO Rural Bugodonsk. Citizen goods rural, I guess. Rail construction office is done. It'll have its resources from the factory connection and I'm gonna get one of the large dump trucks that will deliver gravel to it. I think we can afford that now. Has 172 kilowatts of engine power, but it should still be fine. And it's also nice to be able to just set it to wait until unloaded with a single vehicle and be sure that it never runs the station full, because it's a single vehicle, it's not a line full of many vehicles. And this vehicle will basically be like faster than the Russobalts and slower than some other vehicles, but it will fit here quite well. Posted the fix for the Yak 10 in Discord, by the way, I saw that, but I'm not going to mess around in the config files. I want to make sure that the developers fix that, and then when they have, I will test it again. But thanks. Maybe Project 7 would benefit from that. Need to turn off and on for it to work, yeah. While you were gone, fuel price went up to 10,000, I think you saw that. And now it's back down to a nice and calm 6,100. 200. So our oil exports have dropped it a little bit, back to 6,000-ish, but not any further. So that single oil well is still raking in the money. And I don't like it. It's making more money than clothing and iron combined. Tis a little bit sad. I would like to replace these with some larger volume dump trucks. But yeah, I mean, the complexity of the setup is almost as good as the one in the iron mine, of course, so it makes sense. Still wonder what shenanigans caused the fuel price to be driven up that much. Maybe it's one of the vehicles that does that, who knows? But at 6,000 fuel is still expensive, like each fuel train costs us about 2 million rubles. So that one is still running on demand. Rather than with the citizen goods train. The citizen goods train runs the oil export on the regular. So I don't have to worry about that. I have no idea why these excavators are so fast. Well, I'm glad that the Republic is safe, though. It can continue. With a profit of 400,000 per month, we can afford fuel imports every now and then. Every other resource cost is negligible compared to that. So expansion is definitely on the agenda. And once we hook up enough oil exports to drive down the fuel price into the ground, at that point other things will become more important again. I did post your guide on how to change a save game to Siberian map in chat for someone who asked. And they said thank you, so That's for you, I guess. I need a technical service here to handle waste and water and sewage. So I did forget one thing. Rail construction vehicle. Did the rail construction. Go in there right now. That's your new home, basically. Which will also act as a storage for prefab panels, I guess. Means that this one is now obsolete. And I still need to hook up like a waste storage that we can start demolishing stuff with the rail construction office. Because the small one doesn't have an internal storage, and I should have probably built the large one. That would have been even more annoying. Never mind. I don't feel bad for not building the large one now. Can use that for demolition. And empty the storage out with a distribution office, for example. This is where the settlement was supposed to be.
Forbidden Settlement. Well, good news. The tunnel will be done soon as we have the trucks deliver gravel to it and asphalt. It's not taking too long anymore. It's just that it's on low priority, so other construction tasks are prioritized. Which is fine. I'm thinking of like building the train tracks the same way out here around and then snaking them through the mountain pass, bringing them in from this side instead. That was our road experiment. And then we could have a rail loop around the lake. Just notice your money is close to the starting amount and you're near 1960. That is, yeah, that's cool. Only 4 more years, then we can start. Ah, the end station is in the way. Well, let's get rid of the end station from the line then. And we have to fit in the end station a different way. Let's do it that way. Unload the workers, go to the end station, and then come back to load the passengers. The money might be close to the starting amount for 1960, but I don't think the prices are going to be anywhere close for fuel at least. I didn't immediately jump on the resource that obviously jumped out for here. I'm expensive. I'm gonna ruin the market. Jump on me. I'm easy to extract. You should do something. I wanted to resist, but the game said no.
Gonna go for the V3S for the water and sewage trucks now. Could set up a garbage transfer, a small one. Make sure that waste is being handled efficiently. And I think we'll do that. A small one doesn't work. I need one with 2 parking spaces. I guess I could build two small ones attached to each other with a factory connection. But then having a single one is also fine. And the waste is gonna be here in the... behind the trees, where no one can see it. Guess I'll run the bus route already. See if it has enough line spacing. I do need an end station for return vehicles, which we could set up at the exit of the city. Or not just one village, but like multiple. Behind the heating plant, perfect space. Give it enough room for the potential of a footpath between the end station and the heating plant, so some housing over there can be built. But I think this will make a nice space for an end station. And maybe multiple, if we see that more than one could make sense. Doesn't have electricity though. But that's not a huge concern. Only have one more power connection left. Perhaps we'll start using underground wires. Or do I want to draw another above ground wire? It would fit thematically. It's gonna be another above ground wire if we can get it over the train tracks. If we manage to go to this side, it will work. So the important part is to get past here somehow. In a way where we don't skip too many... Oh, okay, that'll work. Good. It will work. That looks pretty bad. Cableway station in the way. Peak safety. That is far enough away, I think, that we can put on our conscience. That should be fine. And then we have more electricity available from the area and can run the substation with an underground wire. Hello Teku, welcome. How's the bus route? We still don't have food yet, can't move people in. Drinking water is still depending on the technical service being properly assigned. That hasn't happened yet. There's enough people already to move into the new settlement. 111 workers should be plenty to get this up and running. New distribution office is ready. It's going to have the same assignments as the citizen goods for the sources. Basically the warehouse and the refrigerated storage. Lack of bitumen. At that source. Three train cars for bitumen then. Do the import. Thank you for the follow, benutzt mich. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Okay, import has happened. It was a bit much. Thought we were fine. Not quite enough for the bitumen, I guess. Water substation hasn't been built yet. I don't want to start bringing drinking water to each individual building. So we'll have to wait with the water assignment until that building is done. And then people can move in. After that we should be ready. And the heating is also going well enough. And if the heating isn't going well enough, then we just increase the amount of a few more people going to the heating plant. Because the personal car route seems to be working quite well. It would be cool if you could add speed limits for specific vehicles, so you could tell trucks that they're only supposed to go 60 at most, and then anyone else can go faster and have an easier time overtaking them. Not even 2 hours at work and you already have the next settlement good on the way. Yeah, intermediate settlement right before the tunnel. But it is another small settlement taking care of a gas station over here. Load anyone. And bring them to the city over here. And then through the end station once it's done. We'll let this route run and see if it's doing well enough. No line spacing because we're going to use an end station. So this should give us a rough estimation on the route length if we have enough vehicles. Should be able to handle 360 seconds with 6 buses. Hopefully we're below that. If not, we can also use this bus stop to make our route a little bit different. Unload them here and they walk to the cableway station instead. Maybe that's a better route. Yeah. Unless I have way too many buses for that, then we can also bring them further into the city. Food and meat are ready. No drinking water yet. I'm gonna increase the priority on the substation. I mean, they could probably live here and work without drinking water for a while. But I don't want to reduce their health that way. No water. We're working on it. The trucks are already here. I just haven't assigned them yet because I don't want to deliver water individually to every building. What if I do another fuel import? Is the oil price going to shoot up? 6,300. Seems pretty cheap. Let's do it. I'll have to take out a loan. I can't take out a loan. Abort. We don't have the money for that right now. Also have to bring coal. For the steam locomotive to run. Has the issue with the large heating plants been fixed? I don't know if it was any fix, but it is working now, yes. We did set it up again because otherwise the settlement wouldn't have lasted. Large heating plant with a heat exchanger here. And then because the edges are not heated well enough, I'm still running the small heating plants with one worker to make sure everything stays like somewhat warm enough. With a little bit of increased pollution, but no pollution death spiral anymore. Otherwise rapid. And that seems to be manageable. You know what? I think I'm gonna move people in. I don't care about the lack of drinking water. They can sort that out themselves. 330 seconds. That's perfect for 6 buses. Sure. Let's let them move in. Still need the technical service before the large waste storage runs full. But at least most things are covered in the urban center. And then for the houses, I guess I can just rely on a single truck picking up the waste from the buildings and dropping it off in here. Or also have a waste storage outside. Whatever works. Hopefully the end station gets set up soon, otherwise a lot of people are going to be very upset in that settlement. I'll run line spacing, try and make it a little bit more efficient for everyone. That means the vehicles for the firefighters are not needed anymore because there's people living in the area now. I'm gonna park them in a depot. We have 4. 1 empty depot should be enough. They really want drinking water, I can tell. How much is oil making you per month now? $282,000. Dropped a bit. Still a good amount. Cheaper fuel. That is what it's all about. Less than 6,000 now. So we're getting somewhere. Well, maybe.
Just clean 2 million ruble loans, so we don't run into a situation where I forget that we need money while I'm planning something and everyone dies because of lack of heating. There's no one working in here, or what's going on? That's better. Oh, it got water. Nice. Water truck running around and supplying water to all the buildings right now. As much as it can. It's still weird that it's hovering around 6,000 though. But yeah, every other resource doesn't matter. As long as fuel is that expensive. We can make money with oil. And just set up more pump jacks, I guess. Almost 4,000 citizens now. We're getting somewhere. Maybe Siberia is a little bit made for you to like focus on oil. I don't think we had that last time though. At least I don't remember.
115 population in here so far. Need 200 for a research point. But we still don't really know what to research next. Maybe the map overlay for basic resources could go for bauxite, but I don't know. What is the price of bauxite? 150. Just regular price increase, I guess. Steel mill. You would want that, wouldn't you? There's also still the prospect of the coal mine here. But if they both run a coal and an iron mine, I don't think Bugogodonsk would run the steel mill as well. That would just be madness. I don't know if there's coal nearby here. Because if it is in the area... did we see coal? Yeah, there's coal here. We could run a dedicated coal mine for the steel mill. And there might probably be like more coal in the area somewhere. So maybe we should go for the resource map mode. This would be a prime example of a coal mine with a cableway station fed from a settlement over here, just running the cableway car up the mountain. And probably a tunnel to get to the top of the mountain. Don't think transporting waste by a cableway car would still be a good idea. How much capacity do the cableway cars have in regards to mixed waste? .5 tons. Could try it. Single cableway car route for aggregates and resources, bringing the coal ore down, or the processed coal, and also the waste on the same line. I still think it should be incinerated up there though. Water substation is up. Water deliveries can now go to that instead. Technical service still waiting. Still need a large garbage truck. Bringing the coal down by cableway doesn't make a lot of sense with that production rate, does it? I thought turning it into coal from coal ore and then bring the coal down. Would be 640 tons-ish. Or was the coal mine the other one? No, 600 tons I think of coal. I also think that it should be a conveyor. Could be brought down by train too. Oh boy. Hello Decipher. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was your stream? This Decipher has just raided. Thank you again. Much appreciated. Welcome raiders. Do something funny, Mr. Streamer Man. Do something funny. Let's see. It might take a bit, but I think I can do that. Just a second. We're almost there. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite. We're playing Workers and Resources. Something completely different to music making. Decipher wanted something funny. So we're going to give him funny. So you can't hear the stream, switching devices and earbuds after my stream. Okay. Well, something funny will happen momentarily. This is like Transport Tycoon, but on the shaders. It's like a mixture of City Skylines meets Factorio with a depressing art style and a lot of logistics, yes. So, I don't think it has been fixed yet, but there's currently a bug in the game where metros transport very funnily. Depressing? Yes, this is uplifting. So this is a metro. If you zoom in really closely, you can see the issue. There's something not going right with it. Cool feature. Indeed. Looks normal. I agree. Some people say it's bugged, but I can't see it. Just like my grandpa used to ride to work. And people complaining about no new mechanics. Going for a spin. So that was something funny. Other than that, I would have pointed at like the socio-economic situation in the city, but that is like humor that is very situational. It's waving back at us. It's so beautiful. So yeah, we're playing Workers and Resources. It's a... I would say it's a management logistics game. It's like cities, like the easiest way I can think of is like City Skyline, but difficult, and it starts with like logistical challenges from the get-go. Nothing on the game really moves without your input. If you see something moving, it's something that the player usually has set up. Directly or indirectly. Either telling a vehicle to go from here, pick something up and transport it to a different building, or telling a construction office or technical service to say, you pick up water from somewhere and send it to all of these houses nearby. It's the best game made, not biased of course. Absolutely not biased, of course not. So how was the music stream? Did that scratch anyone's itch? Too bad? Sorry. Thank you, Mega Monkey. Thank you, thank you. That was getting awkward, and me talking about it right now is also making it more awkward. So hopefully let's not think about that. We even have some extra workers from here, like they can be brought to the city, basically. I'm not sure why the passengers aren't being loaded. Oh, I know why. Because I haven't set up the bus stop yet. Sent them everywhere. And students too. Now it will work. Right now, before that they were just getting food and meat and nothing else. But now we're also picking up the passengers and bringing them back to the city so that they can visit an indoor pool or even buy some clothing. They really want clothing all the time. Hello Ixie. Welcome. Okay. Some underground people. We got nice asphalt roads here. Even when they're covered in snow, doesn't matter too much for the speed of the traffic. This is fast speed. Normal game speed. Okay. That vehicle slowing down for some reason. But yeah, the art style I find very cool because it's all reminiscent and inspired by Eastern Europe from the era. And with the new DLC that they released starting in 1930, you have a lot more options to set up your settlement. This is a little bit of a mess of a lot of housing because we needed a lot of population to run our iron mine up on the hill. But it still works. Had some artistic liberties with the design of the residential areas. And we're bringing our workers in by cableway from the city so that they can work in the iron mine. Because we had a fuel crisis. Fuel was more expensive than almost anything else in the world. The only things that were more expensive were electronic components, electronics, plastics, UF6 and nuclear fuel. Fuel was as expensive as bitumen is right now. But fuel has gone back down to 5,800, which is still ridiculously high, but we're making it work. We're going to move one of the free technical services into its own proper building now. Because we can't run it that way forever. And they also need a large waste truck in here. Been playing that pretty much the whole time the last week, which is ridiculous. But we got access to the early version of this DLC that released recently, and it was a blast for me. Still needs some patches to get really good, but right now, with some frustration resistance, we can make this work for ourselves quite well. I'm going to set up a line to pick up the waste from this transfer point in containers and then drive it up here to the iron mine setup where there's an incinerator. We can dump it in there And the technical service itself does not have to drive up to the incinerator anymore, it can now just dump the waste into the garbage transfer. The hazardous waste that the clinic produces in the settlement still goes to the incinerator directly. Game also appeals because you can tailor your game to suit your age and ability. Yes, there's a lot of customizability in the game. I still think it starts at about the difficulty level where City Skylines ends. It's a little bit... There is some jank to it, for sure. City Skylines got made to be like very easily accessible. You learn everything you need to know very early on and then you just play it like a sandbox. In this game, even after thousands of hours of playing, you will still learn and understand new things. So this is a game where the enjoyment comes from learning things, I would say, rather than not just like mastering. Feeling like stuck and trying to figure out a solution is what you can find as an enjoyment in this game. Well, now that the money crisis is gone and we actually have some finances again, we still have 10 million in loans. But we do have money again, and we're expanding. Things are happening again. We did spend like 20 years just hoping that the market price would recover. Making extensions to our iron mine setup, building up ways to make more money, but the fuel price never came back down rationally. So now we export a tiny amount of fuel and make bank that way. To show you what I'm talking about, behind the iron mine of Bugogodonsk, there's a road that we have set up, going through a tunnel towards a singular oil well, which is churning out oil back here. That oil gets transported by truck back up the road, past the iron mine setup down the hill, to a solitaire storage tank which holds oil. And that oil, every now and then, we have a train here that is importing things like food and fabric, alcohol and chemicals. Once it has unloaded all fabric, which is used by our clothing factories, it goes back here to the loading station, which is connected by underground pipe to that storage tank. And it loads that oil and then exports it. And the export happens at the border of the map next to Gugoshny, where there's a customs house connecting us to the outside world. So right now there's a train exporting gravel, and our iron train exporting iron, construction waste and metal scrap, which are byproducts of the iron mine. And that was a pretty simple loop, from like oil extraction to maybe a transfer loading from trucks to a train, and then to the customs house. So a chain where you have to set up the buildings and the routes themselves. So for example, here we have the route for loading the oil at the oil station, and then it loops around back in the list to go back to the first stop, where one of the tasks is to unload oil and also export clothing. So if you like complexity in your games and you like learning, this might be worth checking out. It is also on sale these days. Because of the DLC release, they put the base game on sale, I think. 50% discount, 20 euros. Which is the same price as the DLC. not ideal. Yeah. Maybe the bus route is a bit insufficient. There's a lot of people. Oh, I guess they're not transferring to the... Okay, we're gonna set them up to run to the other stop. It's not working the way I hoped it would, so we're gonna set it up correctly to the correct stop. And the end station is also available, so now I'm going to route the bus route through a building, which will handle the setup for the buses for me, that they have like a similar gap between each other, so that they don't clump up and don't do the distribution of vehicles efficiently. At the end of each route they'll drive into the bus end station, and then the bus end station will dispatch the buses once it deems it that a new vehicle on the route is needed. Should make the route more efficient. Okay, now we're loading passengers again. What a mess of power lines. Since we started in 1930, I decided to not use as many underground wires, and therefore we have a lot of above ground wires stretching everywhere. At some point I might change that again, but right now I think it feels somewhat thematic. I also mentioned that we were exporting clothing. We have 2 clothing factories in here, which take the fabric from the train route that brings fabric into the warehouse over here, store it inside one of the production chains, production buildings, which are connected with a factory connection. Basically that links the 2 buildings together, and they just churn out a lot of clothing from the fabric. We take that clothing, put it into our own clothing store, where we sell it to our citizens, and the rest goes back into the train for export. So that's like one of the simplest production chains you can do, turning fabric into clothing. You can also extract something like putting like an oil well on the ground on an oil deposit and bring that to the border to sell, but this is like a simple production chain that involves workers. Making the fabric yourself. One of the beautiful game elements is that you can make everything domestically. At some point, if you really put like effort into it, your republic, your nation, it's not just a city, could become fully self-sufficient, where you don't have to go to the border anymore. Everything from buildings to construction materials to vehicles, aircraft, ships, etc. can all be produced within your republic if you want to. So you don't need foreign vehicles, foreign resources anymore. You could even run it without any export at that point, because there's no need for money if you make everything domestically. Your people do not want money, and your people do not generate money. That's another aspect of the game. You do not earn any taxes from your citizens. All the money you make are done via export or tourism. So when you come from something like City Skylines, you might feel a little bit confused when you build up a giant city and it doesn't make you any money. Because you're not putting the workers to good work, you're not putting them to use. So you have to build factories and industries for them so that they can produce something, or build hotels and bring tourists into your nation. which you also have to do manually by sending either buses to the border, trains, or bring them in via ship or aircraft. But nothing happens on its own. You can't just set up a hotel and suddenly people start driving here by car. This is Eastern Europe during the Cold War, and if you want tourists, you have to tell a bus to go to the border, fill it up with tourists as much as are available, and bring them to the hotel, or at least to the bus stop next to the hotel. Power line, giving us electricity, giving the building electricity. Now the fuel pumps will work, and lots of distribution office vehicles will be set to start and bring fuel to the building, which is what we use to give the bus route another feature, which is telling every vehicle that goes through the building to also be refueled. Glorious micromanaging. Yes, the game definitely has micromanaging. City Skylines is like a lot of like map painting, and everything happens automated and gradual, and you make more grand changes. You still have micromanagement if you want to, but micromanagement in this game is the game. Even if you turn everything off, you still have to set up bus routes, for example, unless you build everything within walking distance. You still have to set up export routes, unless you disable money. So I guess technically you could disable everything. But there are game mechanisms and elements that you will have to interact with and figure out what you like. Realism mode, where you have to bring your construction materials, your workers, and your vehicles to construction sites to actually build something, doesn't really exist in any other game. Usually you just drag and drop or click and place a building or a road, and it slowly gets built up. Having the game tell you that you need a transportation route for building that road, or a building that will take over the construction of that and slowly brings the resources and then the workers to the construction site, is something very unique to this game. Something like Ostriv also has that, but that's more of a colony management game, where, like, you could argue that this is similar to Settlers, but there everything happens automatically. Like, you place a building and stuff comes out of your castle or whatever the main building in Settlers is, and they start bringing it to your construction sites. Here you have to set up the construction offices before they also do that. So you set up your construction offices, give them vehicles, assign them to where they are allowed to pick up the resources from, and then they do their thing on the ranges that you have assigned. So in our case, up to 3 kilometers. I don't know why I'm babbling on about that much about the game, because I guess I assumed raiders from Decipher might be wondering why Decipher decided to bring them over here. I think you all can blame Mega Monkey for that. Is it not true? Am I wrong? You were innocent? Okay. No, I mean, today you might have been innocent, but I think this was a rippling effect from previous raids and discussions. I think it slowly started happening that Decipher decided to raid me every now and then because of you. Just because of you. Perhaps. Perhaps. I guess we will never really know. Looks like the garbage truck still needs to drive over here. It might have just unloaded a bit of waste. Or it hasn't even arrived here yet. So got a new settlement, 180 population right now. We could place another building, make it 200 to be safe. But I think it will go over 200 soon enough. Once they actually start enjoying to live there. There's so many workers here. This is basically enough workers for another coal mine. Or the steel mill. But I think the steel mill should be close to the coal mine. And that settlement kind of is taking over the iron mine. Plus we could decide to say now is a good time to place the actual extension of the setup where we bring in the third and the fourth processing plant. Because we certainly have more capacity on the iron mine that we could utilize. And we could run more trains to export iron. The workers are there. Can we set it up? Hello Dentrussi. Welcome. Could use another conveyor engine, relocate the distribution office and put them down the way that these are set up, where they feed in from one side. And that would be the setup. Alternatively, maybe we can make something work this way. We'd still have to loop the conveyor engine around a little bit. But we might just be able to feed it in on both this side and this side. Would be funny if you could chain the iron ore being pushed through the buildings to another building in the loop. But I don't think that works. I'll have to make some space here. Because that's, I think, where the conveyor will come through. I think relocating the distribution office to make space for the other processing plants would look more elegant, though. For whatever that's worth. Move the vehicles out of this building, because it's in the way. And see if we can set up what I need. I might take down a little bit of the asphalt road, but maybe not. Maybe what I need is actually a tower over here so that I can access the other one. I also need an excavator to flatten the terrain. That would take the iron ore from the storage, get it through a conveyor into the new two buildings, and the processed iron would go out into the export storage. The only thing we now have to worry about is that people from the bus stop need to be able to go over there, and currently that's not the case. What we can do is set up another bus stop and allow them to basically go from one bus stop to the next one. And then from that bus stop, they would be able to reach the workplaces. Yep, that is in range. And from here, we should be able to reach the other processing plants easily. I think Yeah, 360 meters is not good enough. The other option is just to extend the underground tunnel. We have a footpath tunnel here. I could bring that one closer. Give the construction vehicles an access. Oh, they don't need an access road. It's already going through a road here, so they don't need that. Can I build it here? If I set it up like that, just not close enough. They're able to get to the exit, but not to the building, because the entrances on the building are too far away. The walking distance it showed me was too far. I think the bus stop is the better option. That one will allow them to walk wherever. We'll need electricity, water and sewage here. Means I have to tear up the sewage pipe and put a switch in. Water delivery is just by truck, and electricity is relocating the... building another substation up here. Which means I will also have to tear up the power line leading up to this place and giving it a switch somewhere in this location. Which would shut down the whole iron setup. Maybe once we have made some progress with the money we have saved up. I mean, 2.5 million is pretty good, and it wouldn't shut down the oil exports, I guess. The only concerning bit is the power line rework. And I guess the fact that also the incinerator would stop working and could run full of waste from the city. But let's make that change now. Probably going to turn the power line leading to the first substation into an underground wire as well. So everything grinds to a halt. Missing power supply. Doesn't have a direct impact on our city, but it's one of the industries that produces, well, resources for us. In the meantime, I'll also tear up the sewage pipe here and put a switch in place. Easy demolition since it's an above ground wire. Yeah, and switch can go into that location, hooking up the existing one. Actually, we can put it here, I guess. That's fine. That'll work. Power line has been demolished. Let's set up a 5x switch. We'll set it up with a dirt road, making sure it gets built as fast as possible. I have to demolish that piece of power line still, because I can't hook it up that close. And hook up an underground wire to the substation. And then the other wire can come out of this and go to the second substation, which still needs to be hooked up, but will probably be just next to the water and sewage station over there. It shouldn't take too long. That power line is too short to demolish by excavators, so they dropped 4 workers on it, and they'll get it done quickly too. Yeah, looks like we're picking up enough people now. Bus route itself is telling me it needs 9 buses. I have given it 6. But it's just a village, like, if they get a little bit angry, I don't really care too much. No one here has any impact on anything. Missing resources. Fuel means I need to run some fuel imports, which can be automated, but in our situation where the fuel price is ridiculously high, I have it set to let me do that manually. I'm going to take out a loan to make sure we have enough money while that happens. Fuel price currently is back to 7,700. I don't know if the Republic is safe yet. This is, I thought we were fine, but help, the fuel price is going up again. We are not safe. We have some issues with like ridiculous fuel prices, and it's still happening. There's nothing to woo about that. It's painful. I need an excavator up here in the construction office. Oh, more modern ones are available now. I haven't seen that one yet, so let's get a YAG extractor. come on. Okay, go here, and then here. Build that power line. Need some electronic components, some workers. The trench has already been dug out to lay down the wire. Just waiting on the resource delivery by a covered hull truck, which is heading this way right now. Very old school vehicle. The switch itself needs some steel and also electronic components, as does this tiny bit of medium voltage wire, and then everything is set up. And I guess we're running 2 iron export trains, even though the fuel is looking like it demands more attention. I don't know what to do with all that like fuel crisis in the game. But what I wanted was a setup over here to handle the electricity in the area. And we would just draw another medium voltage wire to it to run our electricity demand in the area. That'll work. Power line has already been built. Underground line has been built. Switch waiting for the electronic components. And once they arrive here, it'll spring back to life, because there's enough construction workers that I can allow onto the construction site that get unloaded here locally. They can basically also walk onto the construction site for buildings, and you don't need to bring them by vehicle. Only for roads and other infrastructure tasks do you need to actually have a vehicle. I guess we're gonna set this up now. It's a weird extension, but it should work. And the other thing was the sewage. Maybe that won't work because it's too close to the substation, but this should be fine. They can build that. Put the sewage pipe back in place, and we can run a second sewage pipe from the other sewage substation to the switch. And not place another switch and have the same issue later on if I need another extension up the hill or something. Thankfully there's the border over there. $199 citizens. Now we have 3 settlements. Kukoshny is pretty large. It's a medium-sized, or like a large village, small town. This is a medium-sized village. I haven't really made any small villages with like very few small structures, like 100 people or less. I should build another house. Make it easily go over 200. Something small. But I really like these new sharp brick buildings. They have like very sharp edges. Put a house here, I guess. Doesn't have its own waste storage, not that it needs one. Tiny house on that side, next to the road. Maybe more houses if we need more workers from the settlement at some point. After we get through to the other side. Apparently the tunnel is done and we're building the road downwards, which will allow us access to the nice flat area over here, which we can use for a larger settlement. Not today, though. Well, we got 203 workers, or population in there. Means we get our research point. No Mega Monkey, it's already been a 7-hour stream. It's been... How long has it been this way too much. Like, this is like rushing through a series, it feels like. It's crazy. The end always approaches. Well, with fuel prices like this, how can you blame them, I guess? Oh my god. It keeps going up, like... I guess we need to set up the other oil well and just double our exports. Build another storage tank here and just drive it into that one. Hook up the second input pipe, I guess. Make fuel ourselves? That would... Mega Monkey said no. And I kinda agree, I don't want to make fuel myself. Not for that small amount of citizens. It's... I mean, it would fix the price, but at what cost? Some chemical production would help a bit. I wonder if it would drive up the price. Because I would have to... Oh, you mean like make enough oil to make chemicals? Hmm. Maybe. So we don't have to import chemicals ourselves anymore. How many chemicals do we need? Last year... 2.8 tons. It's only 23,000 rubles. I know. Must have a huge impact on the price. I mean, as an export good, it would be nice, I guess. What haven't I done industry-wise? I think a steel mill would be fun. Also encourages me to set up the coal at the end here. Large volume steel production with a settlement to run it. kind of appropriate of the time frame. What a mess of a city. I still think I like this housing setup the most, minus the grocer nearby, but these houses look quite neat. You haven't done airplane production. Quite like the city. Yeah. I should probably fill it with some trees, but I don't know if evergreen, like cities in evergreen areas fill their cities with trees like you do with like leaf trees. I think it might look a bit weird. Bushes. I guess so. Just plaster bushes everywhere. Well, let's see if there will be anything we can notice after some months. Bushes look great in cities. Trees are too big. I mean, with these ones I agree. With the spruces. But the thuyas are quite low. They look quite nice. I planted a few of them here. But I don't think planting them everywhere makes sense. Oh. I did nothing, I just scrolled the map around and the game decided to crash. Huh. Oh, I got a yak excavator. Maybe that one causes problems? Would be funny if that one has the same problem. Let's see. But I gotten that one quite a while ago. 3 minutes lost. Might have been after planting bushes. Like before, the autosave is before we planted the bushes. Sabotage from the west, yeah. Talking about oil and iron mine. So I did get an okay. Crash again. Let's see, what is the version? Still 1107 in the bottom left. That hasn't changed. It didn't crash immediately. Let me try and hit pause. Pause. Thank you for the follow, Franzen. Okay, Franzen, much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. If I pause, it doesn't crash. If I scroll over to the iron mine area, it crashes. Where the excavator is located. I'm trying to look at the excavator and it's crashing. Okay, well, I have a save, so we should be able to fix it. At least we have access to be able to see the vehicle in the vehicle list, so it shouldn't be too bad. Maybe it's building right now. Yak excavator also has a bug. Well then I guess I'll get rid of it. There we go. There's a script edit you can do. Same response as with the other stuff. I'll wait for a fix so I can test the fix. Alright, I'll get another excavator then. That's a shame that they are broken. That is pretty rough. Okay, I'm gonna write that as a report right now, but it might already be known if it's on the forums, I guess. Excavator, Yak excavator, okay. I was talking about the oil price. I guess I must have muted myself and finally forgot once. I am getting tired. I was thinking, like, was there a situation where, like, where is the fuel price gonna end up on? We're continuously seeing a rise in fuel price and oil price, but we're also exporting. It's now hovering around 6,000. Is it gonna keep going up? Is our republic sustainable with a single oil well? How much do we need to export to make ourselves financially stable? We need to export as much oil, price-wise, as we're importing fuel to break even. We imported 2 million rubles worth of fuel and we exported 2.1 million rubles worth of oil so far. Stop importing things that have oil in their production chain. I need bitumen to make asphalt. I need chemicals to make drinking water. I'm not importing electronics, but I'm importing electronic components. Maybe the issue is with the electronic components because they're made out of gravel and plastics now. Maybe the game gets confused with that. What are these Dragon Ball Z title sequence questions? Will Goku defeat the evil Frieza with the Kamehameha wave? Will the Sprite Shred defeat Soviet Republic with the single oil drill? Next episode, the Sprite Shred imports electronics, economic stagflation. I think in 3 years there's gonna be the situation where electronics will become demanded by the people. Oh, look at that, there's already 36 people who want electronics now. I think it's finally starting, people want electronics. We have a demand now. I want to test something, since this is a hodgepodge of streams. Someone said previously that you can't currently start workshop maps in early start unless the map maker sets a flag. Didn't I set quit to main menu? Maybe I said quit to quit the game. Maybe I misclicked. So what I wanted to test was custom game. Wait for the stream to load. On a workshop map, what I'm interested in is New Horizons 2.0, and it does have the early start on it. Okay. What about this one? Does also have it? For me, it does have them apparently. Yeah, seems to work. That's what I wanted to test briefly. Are there more Yak vehicles, I guess? The Yak 10 works fine, I guess that those don't have animations. Only the excavator and the waste truck. Maybe they do have animations, but they don't play but don't crash the game. fix is just typing out the correct file path for the animations. I know, I've seen your fix. I understand the fix. But I'm still wondering how that slipped through. It's not your fix. That's also not what I said. I think. Maybe I've said it. It's been a long stream. When I said your fix, I mean the one you showed me, not the one you made. That doesn't work here. That does not work. No tuck command, no. No tuck command jump scare, go to bed now command. Oh, maybe the passengers didn't work because I didn't allow them to even go to the cableway station. Okay, let's change that up again. I would like to make the route shorter. I think this should work. Go here. And you too. Yes, it works. Okay, now they're walking over to the cableway station. And from there they should be able to find what they need. That shortens our bus route a lot. They even can get to the hospital. We just must make sure not to load them onto the cableway, I guess. Because there's nothing for them at the top of the hill. They are not going to get on the cableway anyway, unless there's something for them up here. But I'd rather make sure that they don't do that by setting the values. We're working through the cases, we have more police. Courthouse still seems fine. Is the road after the mountain done? Not yet. That one has medium priority, so it should get more deliveries, but it also isn't assigned to all construction offices. So let's do that. I believe the train is going to come in from this side. Loops around the lake. I'm wondering if we should ignore some of the smaller oil fields. So we can build a city here rather than another pump. Make all of this space for settlement with the train station going through, and a train station being part of it. That would be the planning for next time, I think. At least we're getting there now. But yeah, I'm gonna call it for now. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Tomorrow I might stream something else as a break. I'm not sure yet. Like I said, this game is my cocaine. We will see, as always. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Is there anyone we can raid? Let me take a look. Kelvin. Let's look at Kelvin. Briefly.
Gotta regret this power plants.
Yeah, not talking. We're raiding over to Kelvin. Another streamer, streaming workers and resources in English, playing on Poland map with a 1930s start, currently in 1933, and a pre-populated map. Oh, the channel has follower or subscriber only chat. I mean, if you want to watch and lurk, you can stick around, and if you want to talk to him, you can just follow, give him a follow, and then talk to him. That's fine. It's not subscriber only. It's for only follower only. So you still have the option to talk to him if you give him a follow for the duration. There might be spam protection that they're using. I don't know. I'm still gonna raid, I think. Are we? I'm doubting myself. Sure, why not? Thank you very much for watching. Have a good time. And maybe I'll see you then.